I thought I'd do something a little different today. I'm going to upload an audiobook of mine. I'm an author and I've written several books. At the beginning of this, I have inserted about a 1 minute simple introduction of kind of what this is all about and where it started from. And for the YouTube algorithm people, this book that I'm going to upload here, this audiobook, I own the copyright, I am the author, I am the originator of this stuff, okay? Anyway, it's a book about some experiences I had when I was a child in a haunted house. So without further ado, let's start this off. This is the little house that we lived in until I was about 9 years old, a little farmhouse in Murray. These were happy times for us. That's me on the ground there with the blonde hair, and my older brother Pete is standing in the middle, and next to him is my sister Emily. Now our world was to turn upside down when I was 9 years old, because we had to move away from this house into something awful. Now in Pete's high school graduation picture here, of course Emily's in the picture too, you can see in the background the house we lived in. Now here you can see me and Serena standing there holding her little pool floaty. I'm mowing the lawn. Now here's one more picture of my brother Pete in his cap and gown in the driveway. It shows the side of the house and all that stuff. Now these pictures don't show you anything but what looks like a typical house in those days. But this house was haunted by some terrible demonic entities that were actually trying to kill us. And the story you're about to hear is how we ended up in this house and how we survived. Under Attack: Surviving in a Haunted House by Edward D. Olson. Read by the author. Forward. When I was a young man, making my way in the world, there was a time when I came to the realization that I had experienced a rather unusual childhood. I never met anyone who could say they had survived growing up in a haunted house and experienced the full manifestation of exactly what that means. I was in the Navy for 13 years and traveled around a lot, so I got to make a new set of friends every couple of years or so. And once I'd gotten to know someone well enough to share some of my experiences with them, I was always amazed at how many of them had experienced something supernatural themselves. It seems to me that if my life experience of sharing these stories with my friends and acquaintances can be taken as some kind of a crude poll, then about 1 in 3 of all of us have actually experienced something associated with the supernatural. About 1/3 of us have seen a ghost, or heard one, or been touched by one. I ran across one fellow, a senior enlisted man who had spent time aboard a certain Navy destroyer, who now would not set foot on it, even at the threat of a courts-martial. I think this man had the closest experience, somewhat similar to mine, of all the people I had met. The ship was a heroic World War II veteran that saw a lot of blood on its decks. As a result, it was haunted, and having been away from it for a while, he could not go back to stand on its decks again. That is something I fully understand. This ship has since been decommissioned and now stands as a floating museum. When I started frequenting bookstores, looking for stories written by someone who had been in a situation similar to mine, there was not much to be found. This was quite frustrating until one day it occurred to me that I had not written about my experiences, so I really had nothing legitimate to complain about. Perhaps there was someone else looking through a bookstore like me who couldn't find anything either, and that would be my fault, wouldn't it? Now, if you bought this book because you have had a supernatural experience like living in a haunted house, I hope my story is somehow helpful to you. And I hope you will decide to write your story and publish it as well. But if you're simply curious or skeptical and decided to read this on a lark, that's okay too. But I want you to know that I am a real person, and the things in this book really happened and were not imaginings. There really is something out there beyond our 5 senses. I don't pretend to have many answers, but perhaps you can connect something in your experience with mine and make sense of it for yourself. Dedicated to my mother, who so many years ago kept us all safe. Chapter 1. The Way Things Were. When I was a little kid during the 1950s, things were pretty normal for me. I had a mother, a father, an older brother, and 2 sisters. My dad also had a married son and daughter from his first marriage. His first wife had passed away because of a heart condition about 2 years before he met my mom. Now, she was quite a bit younger than him, and with her, he started a new family all over again. She had come from Holland just after the Second World War along with most of her family. They all adopted this land as their new home and their new country, becoming U.S. citizens shortly after arriving here back in the late 1940s. Our little family lived in a modest, gingerbread-style country house with lots of ornate woodwork on the rails and banisters of the little front porch. It was a small farm in a town called Murray in the state of Utah. I had my friends, my amusements, and I believe I can say I truly enjoyed myself at that time in my life, like any little kid should. It was just a small 5-acre farm out in the country, but for a little kid under 5 years old, it was a lot of fun with an endless variety of things to do, to explore. I knew my mom and dad loved me, and I had no worries. We watered our massive front lawn, adorned with 2 full-grown ponderosa pines, by overflowing the irrigation ditch, putting a layer of water all across the lawn upon which I could go surfing, 4-year-old style, of course. I would explore and rummage around the yard until I found a flat piece of lumber, and I would run with it, holding it like a surfboard, then throw it down and jump on it to skim along the flooded lawn. It seemed like I would go skimming for a long way, but it was probably only a couple of feet. One time I found a little baby toad no bigger than a thimble as he was swimming through the water. I caught him and put him on the upper right-hand corner of the board. He stayed there for quite a while as we skimmed along the water, me pushing us along with my foot, much like pushing a little red wagon. He was probably taking a breather from swimming while sitting there on my surfboard, but he finally jumped off when he'd had enough and quickly disappeared in the waters of the flooded lawn. A little later on, when I was about 5 years old, I learned to ride a bike. My dad taught me how. He bought me a 20-inch bike with hard rubber tires and pushed me along while holding me upright, all the while explaining that I was supposed to turn in the direction that the bike seemed to be falling. After a few days, I actually got the hang of it. Then I was all over the neighborhood, and our neighborhood was big, at least geographically. It was a winding country road shaded by trees with a house every few hundred feet or so. There was a swamp with a little stream running through it down below our house, always good for pollywogs and water snakes. There were lots of minnows in the stream, too. They were fun to catch from the side of the stream, banging on the bank while leaning over the grass-covered edge with your mason jar in hand at the ready. Sometimes I came home with 10 or 15 minnows in my jar. When I started school, I had a good time there, too. I had a lot of friends, and we ran all over the playground during recess, playing soccer or dodgeball. Sometimes we would chase the girls, too, but we really didn't know what to do with them when we caught them. When lunchtime came around, we'd rush to line up at the lunchroom door, pushing and shoving to be in front of the line until a girl got in line. Then the pushing and shoving would stop, because none of us boys would want to get in line right behind a girl. I mean, there were cooties and such to be concerned about, not to mention your self-respect. When that became a problem, we'd go look for Edwin Madsen to grab him and hustle him in line right behind the girl. Then it was safe for the rest of us to resume pushing and shoving to get in line again. Edwin was our buffer man and didn't seem to mind the embarrassment nor the risk of getting cooties too much. I remember my first lesson in chivalry, or was it responsibility? Living on a farm, we got all of our milk from the Jersey cow we had. Usually there was plenty of it, too. Once in a while the cow would dry up, and we'd have to go buy milk for a while. My dad worked for the Union Pacific Railroad, and occasionally he was temporarily laid off. In those days, there was no such thing as unemployment benefits or welfare or anything like that. Every time this happened, he was only out of work for about a week or a month or so, and it didn't happen very often. When it did, he never did go looking for another job because he was always called back to work after a while. If it happened about the same time the cow went dry, things got a little tight, and we wouldn't have the money to go buy milk at the store. We did have eggs, though, and when things got real tight, we would trade eggs, which we had lots of, to the Petersons down the road for milk. I remember we had this old-fashioned stainless steel milk can that had a lid on it, the kind you push down into it to seal it. It kind of had a tapered fit. I remembered watching a scene from the classic movie Fiddler on the Roof, where Tevye was delivering milk around town. It was the same kind of milk can that he was using. It held, I suppose, 2 or 3 gallons. When we traded eggs for milk with the Petersons, it was Emily and I who had the chore of walking down the road to their farmhouse to get it. We went around the back door when we got there, about 7 p.m. or so, and there would be Mrs. Peterson, just inside the back porch of her house, busy working with this marvelous egg cleaning machine. It was pretty neat. At least that's the way I remember it. I guess they must have sold a lot of eggs to keep a machine like that busy, and they used ours to supplement their supply. Or they may have just been charitable to us. I really don't know the truth on that issue, but I do remember being completely mesmerized watching this machine in operation. The eggs would come down this little single-file conveyor belt, then go into a tunnel, and if you turned your head sideways just right and looked into the tunnel, you could see water spraying all around and little spinning brushes cleaning the eggs. Then out the other side they would come, all clean, ready for sorting and candling. Mrs. Peterson was a real nice lady. She always gave us a cookie or something like that while the milk can was being washed out and filled. I would eat the cookie while examining that incredibly fascinating egg machine. It had lots of moving parts with little axles that protruded through a bearing to the outside. I liked to put my finger on the end of the spinning axles. It felt kind of neat, and it was hard to keep your finger right in the middle. The spinning motion tended to push your finger off toward the outside. Emily and I had made this trip several times before, and we had the routine of it down quite well. When the milk can was full and we were sent on our way, Emily would hold one handle and I would hold the other, as we walked the 1/4 mile or so back home with this heavy milk can between us. It was heavy, but with 2 to carry it, it actually was quite manageable. But one time, Emily got this idea in her head that I should carry it home all by myself. It weighed 10 or 20 pounds, I guess, and I was only 5 years old while she was 9 and actually much stronger than me. But she thought I should carry it because I was a boy and she was a girl. While we were walking home that time, carrying that heavy milk can, she kept on talking about this and explaining to me her rationale for thinking she should not be doing all this work, and that I should be doing it. Indeed, I should be doing it all by myself. Then at some point, when we were about halfway home, she put her side of the milk can down on the road and told me I should take it from there. I protested and told her that she should help because it was too heavy for me alone, and she did have an obligation to help. That's why Mom sent 2 of us, etc., etc. Well, Emily didn't think very much of my protest nor my argument. She just left it standing in the middle of the dirt road and said she wasn't helping anymore. She added that I was the one who was going to be in trouble if the milk can didn't get home that night because I was the boy and she was the girl. I told her I wasn't carrying it back all by myself, and I walked away from it too. There it stood in the middle of the road behind us a few paces while we both walked away from it toward home. I told Emily that she was going to be in trouble because I was going to tell Mom that she wouldn't help me carry it, and that's why we left it in the middle of the road. She kept on with the I was the boy and she was the girl rhetoric, and just kept on walking down the road. I knew she was going to be in trouble when we got home, so I just kept walking too. We walked silently, side by side, for several more paces. I started thinking that a car might come by and hit it or something. Now, I was only 5 years old, but I knew this was our milk, and we needed to get it home. I had made my best argument and played my best bluff with Emily, and she just wouldn't change her mind. But walking away from it meant we would get home without the milk. She was the older one, the one who was supposed to be more responsible. I was just a 5-year-old little brother helping to carry it. But it was no use. It was obvious that she really believed she was in the right, and just kept on walking. I couldn't do it. We were about 50 feet from the milk can, and I ran back to get it. Emily just kept on walking, pretending not to even notice that I had run back. I grabbed it by both handles. It was heavy, and I couldn't lift it off the ground for more than a second or two. I was able to drag it, though, so that's what I did. I walked backwards, dragging that full, heavy milk can all the way home, walking backward down that country lane, over the little irrigation bridge, into our yard, past the big yellow gate, then all the way down the driveway and the backyard, and up on the porch, heading for the kitchen door. About the time I was trying to get up the steps onto the back porch, my father came out of the house and saw me struggling. He must have seen Emily come home without the milk a few minutes earlier and wondered what was up. I immediately started crying, and I told him how I had to carry it all the way home all by myself. He seemed to be listening to me, but walked right past me and looked at the evidence. Drag marks left in the gravel all the way down the driveway and out as far as he could see. He didn't say anything, but he did grab one of the handles with one hand, picked up the milk can as if it weighed nothing. He told me I was a good boy and pushed me gently into the house. Emily really got it. I don't think her idea about me being the boy and her being the girl carried much weight at all with my dad. I don't remember if we ever went to get milk again, but the lesson stayed with me. There were a lot of things that happened on that little farm that I'll remember my whole life as character-forming events, even though I was just a little kid. My older brother Pete and I shared a bedroom that was actually a separate little building just off the back porch of the main house. I think originally it must have been a hired hand's cabin, about 15 by 15 feet, located some 30 or so feet from the kitchen door. Pete had this room all fixed up with shelves all around the inside perimeter for his stuff. There was a little pot-bellied stove in there, too, that we almost set the place on fire with one winter night when it was really cold outside. Pete used to love to hide around corners inside the various buildings on the farm, waiting for me. Usually, just after it had gotten dark was the best time. He would pick a place knowing I would be going out there, and would lay in wait somewhere inside, well hidden. Maybe Mom told me to go out and gather the eggs, or put some oats in the cow's feeder box, or something like that. If Pete was in the right place at the right time, he would have heard it and went immediately out the door to go hide and wait for me. I would typically walk unsuspecting into the barn or the chicken coop, which was nearly completely dark by then, and just before reaching the light switch, he would jump out from somewhere and yell something scary. I would jump, and maybe scream too. He really enjoyed that, especially if I screamed. The best one of these events that both he and I remember to this day was one night when Pete had to stay late at school for some reason. It was dark and getting late, and I just wanted to go to bed, but Pete wasn't home yet, or so we thought. I didn't want to go out to our room all by myself, but it was getting rather late, and Mom told me to just go out there anyway and get to bed. Pete would be home when he got home. Well, I walked out there and opened the door a crack and looked in. It was pitch dark and looked pretty scary inside. Remember, I was only about 7 years old when this happened, and most everything looks scarier than it actually is when you're that age. I carefully stepped inside next to the dresser to reach the light switch. It was pretty high up on the wall for a kid like me, so I could only reach it if I stood on my tiptoes. So there I was, standing on my tiptoes, in the dark, frightened, reaching for the light switch, and just before I got it, Pete grabbed my ankles and let out some monster yell. You see, he was hiding under the dresser and had been there I don't know how long, waiting for this moment. He still laughs about it to this day. He says I jumped straight up in the air, at least a foot. He is still amazed that I could do that when I was already on my tiptoes, fully stretched out, reaching for that light switch. I believe that was the closest I ever came to having a heart attack. There was another time when I was about 5 years old, causing some sort of trouble for Mom over something or other. I remember I was acting a bit like a brat, carrying on, screaming and yelling, until Mom had enough of it and just shoved me into the hallway off the kitchen and closed the door on me. It was dark, and I didn't like that. But more than anything else, I was incensed that I had been so easily dismissed and had not gotten my way. So I did what I was good at back then. I started yelling and screaming, pounding on the door, and just carrying on like that, being as loud and obnoxious as I could. Mom yelled at me through the door. "If you don't stop that, the devil will come and get you. You don't want that to happen, do you?" I was only 5 years old, but I still figured this was just an idle threat. Why would the devil come and get me? I had done this before, and he didn't seem to care, so I just continued on. The one thing I hadn't counted on was my brother Pete. You see, he was out there doing his homework at the kitchen table. He had heard this and just couldn't help himself. There was a small window at the other end of this dark hallway, too far up from the ground to look into without standing on something. Pete slipped outside and around the house, got something to stand on, then reached up and started to knock on the window. With the threat my mom had just given me and the fact that the window was too high off the ground, I immediately figured it must be him out there. Even though I couldn't see anything there at the window because it was too dark both inside and out, I was quite able to envision who it was out there banging on the window. There he was in my mind's eye, tall and thin, in full devil regalia, gold chains around his neck, horns on his head. That was him all right, and he was out there at the window, knocking to let me know he's going to be coming in to get me in a minute or so. Upon that realization, I let out a blood-curdling scream that was clearly not a brat yelling, but a boy now transformed into sheer terror. Mom opened the door to see. "What now?" I don't think I was able to verbalize anything that made any sense. I just motioned to the window in terror. Just about then, Pete came inside the kitchen door, hiding a grin, trying not to laugh, then suddenly got very busy doing his homework. Mom figured it out pretty quick, and Pete got into trouble. She didn't think it was very funny at all. She made him tell me it was really him out there. She also made him show me how he'd done it, standing on an old chair to reach the window. I was still in a state of terror, but that seemed to help a lot. I couldn't remember why I was throwing the tantrum anymore. Still can't. Chapter 2. The highway comes through. We have to move. Aside from being scared out of my wits a few times by my older brother, life on the farm was good for me back then, but it was all to change abruptly over the course of one summer. The summer I turned 9 years old. That would have been 1961. A highway, Interstate 15, was being built, and its proposed course ran directly through our 5-acre family farm. It was to take everything I'd grown up with, the things, the people, the neighborhood, right off the map. It was going to completely destroy everything in its path and leave nothing but a broad, flat ribbon of asphalt and concrete. This whole change was called progress, and we were nothing more than so much litter standing in the way. We would have to leave, get out of the way, and that was that. This was very bad news for my father. The last thing he wanted to do was move. He had gone to the highway authorities several times to try, in vain, to persuade them to alter the path of the interstate just a little bit, just 100 yards or so to the west, just enough to miss our house and run through the vacant field next to us down where the pollywogs and snakes were. It didn't seem like a lot to ask, since active highway construction had not yet even started in the same county. It seemed to me the highway's course could easily be changed by such a small amount, when it was still so far away. But they wouldn't do it. They had their reasons, I suppose. but it didn't make any sense to me at the time. Building this new highway seemed like navigating a ship over the land. The course was plotted well ahead of time. Anywhere the highway machine was steered, its broad, pointed bow plowed through and destroyed everything in its path. Its wake was asphalt and concrete. I didn't understand why they had to steer their highway construction machine directly over our property and force us to move when there was a big empty field right next to us. Only cattle would have to be moved then. I suppose to the highway authorities we were like that. We were just cattle to be moved. I guess it really doesn't matter now. That was a long time ago, and the highway they built is now one of the main arteries through Salt Lake Valley. It carries an enormous amount of traffic every day, hour, and minute. Today, the place where we lived is nearly unrecognizable to me. There is a lot more there now than just a few farms and a country lane. There are office buildings, storage units, and numerous businesses. My father did get a fairly good price for our little farm once condemnation proceedings were over. The highway authorities were fair and generous, at least in that way. When he got the check, I remember him being quite pleased with the amount of money he'd received. But that was still small compensation for the heartache of being forced out of the place he'd built with his own hands over the past 10 years or so. He even tried a maneuver where he threatened to not cash the check, but just stay there in place and make them forcibly remove him. They assured him that that is exactly what would happen if he stayed there and hunkered down. Cash the check or not, one way or another, he would be removed. For many years prior to buying that place, it had been a dream of his to have a little farm in the country, a place like the one we had, the one we were now going to have to leave. His first wife wanted nothing to do with living in the country, so while she was alive, he just had to let it go and be only a dream. After she died and he married my mom, and he found out that she thought it was a good idea to live in the country, his dream was rekindled. He started to plan and looked around, but for one reason or another, he really had a hard time finding the right place. Usually, the right place and the right piece of land carried a high price tag. He was just a mechanic's helper for the railroad, so he didn't have a lot of money. Without a lot of money, just about everything he looked at was priced too high. He eventually did find this one, where most of us grew up. He found it about 2 years before I was born. It was right all the way around, except it was a derelict and needed an enormous amount of work to bring it up to the ideal my father was looking for. Work never frightened him, though, so he bought it and quite literally built it from the ground up on the ruins of what was once there. It was so much work all of the time, putting the place in order, that I'm sure it would have eventually killed him. But in spite of that, he'd come to love the place because there was so much of him in it, so much of his time, so much of his money, so much of his labor, and so many of his dreams built into it over the past 10 years or so. But as they say, you can't fight City Hall. My father had done what fighting and begging he could, but eventually realized there was nothing more to be done. So we began to pack up and move. We started on the last day of school. I remember getting a ride home in my dad's truck on that last day of school, which was an unusual treat. I usually walked home. But this day he had to save time and get up to the house in Salt Lake and begin dropping off our stuff. A couple of months before this, my father had found a home in Salt Lake that he and my mom really liked. He'd been trying to make a deal on it with a man we called Bishop McPhee. We called him that because years before he had been a bishop in the Mormon church. That was our church too, even though my father was not a very church-going kind of guy. This was a nice home on the west side of Salt Lake City that was actually the home Bishop McPhee had raised his own family in. It was too big for just him and his wife now, so he built a smaller home several blocks away and had moved out. He and my dad had been working on this deal for a month or so before we began to move, but they were stuck on the asking price. McPhee wanted about $2,000 more than my father was willing to pay, so the deal was not going well. $2,000 may not sound like much, but back then the total asking price was in the range of $12,000, so it was definitely worth haggling over if there was a chance you could win. With the proceeds from the sale of the farm, Daddy had more than enough money to buy it outright for cash. The asking price actually wasn't out of line either. I think more than anything else, he was just stuck on the principle of the thing. He thought Bishop McPhee was just asking for just a little too much money, and he wasn't going to pay it. We were running out of time. The deadline for vacating our old farm was rapidly approaching, and Dad wasn't getting the deal he wanted from Bishop McPhee, even though he really liked the house and he wanted it badly. He wasn't going to give in until McPhee came down the $2,000. Since McPhee wasn't coming down, and we'd run out of time, my father bought another house a couple of blocks away for a lower price and in a cheaper neighborhood. It was a fixer-upper of sorts. It wasn't real bad, though. There were just a lot of small things that needed to be repaired. As soon as he closed the deal on that place, we started moving, and my father started fixing the place up. At the time, I was 8, about to turn 9 years old. My younger sister, Serena, was 4, my older sister, Emily, was 11, and my older brother, Pete, was 16. Pete had a driver's license by this time, so he was given the job of driving the truck back and forth between this new place in Salt Lake City and the farm in Murray. Emily, myself, and my mother went with him to help load furniture while my father stayed behind at the new house to work on it. Serena came with us most of the time, but being only 4 years old, she didn't do very much work. It seemed like we spent more time keeping her out of trouble than anything else. Dad must have taken some time off work, probably his vacation time to take care of moving in, or maybe he was laid off for one of those short periods. I really don't know. I just remember that he was there working, fixing that house up full time for a week or so while we were moving in. He actually didn't help much with the moving work. He was completely occupied with the repairs the house needed. It seemed to me he was there working from sunrise to way past sundown every day. The noise of the hammer, the saw, and the drill could be heard round the clock, it seemed. He was not a young man anymore, and had been suffering from diabetes and high blood pressure for a number of years. He had other health problems, too. He was 56 years old with much more mileage than years, working and driving himself like an old car. He was an expert auto mechanic, so when his old car broke down, he could take it apart, repair it, then drive it again and again, long after most people would have given up and gotten a new car. But when he finally broke down, it would be final. No one would be there able to repair him and get him up and going again. Chapter 3. Daddy leaves us. Mom steps up. My father collapsed one day after we'd been living in the new house for about a week. He was still working, repairing the house, and had gotten a lot of things done. Then one day the hammer missed its mark and fell silent. He was outside working on the back porch skirting when my mother heard the hammer suddenly stop and went to investigate. She found him out there lying on the ground. That was the day when his veteran saw, hammer, and drill were retired for good. My father was in the hospital for about 30 days. Much of that time he was not conscious. I remember going to see him one day about 2 weeks after he'd been admitted. He was lying in bed, unconscious, with tubes running out of his arms. I went over to touch him, and I remember his hand was icy cold. At the end of the 30 days, he did come home and spend one day with us. He walked around the yard and inside the house. He was quite pleased with how much we'd all done while he was in the hospital. I remember Mom gave him a haircut out on the back porch that day. When he was finished with the haircut, I wanted to show him what I'd done to make our room nice up in the attic. I was so happy to see him again. I took him by the hand and started leading him upstairs. "Come on, Daddy. I got me and Pete's room all fixed up. We got a bunk bed and Pete's on the bottom and I got the top." Well, he stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looked up the steep stairway and said, "Oh, Eddie, I don't think I'll be able to go up those stairs today. I'll have to wait a few days." I was disappointed. I understood, though. But that was the first time the reality of what had happened to Daddy hit me. My father had always been so strong, like an ox. I saw him work. I saw him lift and carry. I saw him do things that impressed me as a small boy, that my father was a very strong man. Just a year or so prior to this, I saw him get into a street fight with one of the neighbors down the road from our place. I remember he was on a neighborhood committee that was going down the irrigation ditch line that ran along the road, clearing out debris and generally getting it in shape for the coming irrigation year. He and about 5 or 6 neighbors went down the line with their shovels and rakes, cleaning it out, and when they would get to a driveway where there was a traffic bridge that ran across it, my dad would knock on the door and explain what they were doing and ask if they could lift up their driveway bridge to clean under it and then put it back down nice and pretty. The whole thing would take about half an hour. This was a yearly thing, and everyone knew why it was happening, and no one ever objected. But this time, Old Man Owen did object. He was a sort of an ornery old guy, about my dad's age, who liked to watch television and drink beer. Owen told him to go away, and he was not about to let them lift up his bridge to clean under it. It had to be done, or there would be a lot of problems down the line later on for some of the farmers, one of which was my dad. As he tried to reason with him, at some point Owen took a swing at him, and the fight was on. This was about the point where I came outside and looked down the road to see what all the noise was about. I saw a crowd in the street, down the dirt road, just far enough away that I could hear the noise of the crowd, but I couldn't see what was going on. I decided I would walk down and have a closer look. But just then my mother came out and grabbed my 5-year-old arm and told me to go in the house. So I did, and I waited and I wondered. Soon the back screen door opened and my mother and father came into the kitchen, where he sat backward on a chair, and she started to patch up some blood that was running down his neck from somewhere around his right ear. He seemed to be in good shape, perhaps a bit annoyed that he was bleeding though. Neither of them would tell me what was going on. But later, I found out that Daddy had beaten Owen up pretty badly by the time the police broke it up and hauled him off to jail. In his younger days, Daddy was an amateur prize fighter. He kept his old boxing gloves in a trunk full of his memorabilia out in the shed. I remember looking at them several times, trying them on and imagining that I was in the ring throwing punches, but getting nearly knocked off balance by their sheer weight. I understand he was actually pretty good. So Old Man Owen took a swing at the wrong guy. The cops didn't do anything to my dad after hearing what the crowd had to say about what happened. As far as they were concerned, Owen started it, and it was self-defense from then on. What a different world we live in today. A day or two later, Mrs. Owen came over to buy eggs from my mom. She felt bad for her because her husband was in jail and all, but Mrs. Owen told her it was just fine. For her, this was like a vacation, and she was enjoying it. So there I was, standing at the bottom of the stairway, contemplating what he had just said to me about not being able to try the stairs today. But just a short time ago, Daddy was bare-knuckle, fist-fighting in the street, and he came out the winner. Today he couldn't climb one single flight of stairs. My father smiled, rubbed my thick blonde hair, and said, "Maybe in a few days, Eddie, okay?" I told him, "Okay," and smiled, but it was not to be. He died that night of congestive heart failure. When my mother told me the bad news in the morning, words to express the depth of how I felt do not exist. It was the loneliest feeling of abandonment I had ever experienced, even until now. I knew he didn't do it on purpose and would have stayed around if there was any way that he could. But I was still devastated. My father and I were quite close, so it was really hard for me. He always took me to the feed store with him and bought me a dime candy bar. No one else ever got to go to the feed store with him. It was just me and him, with me riding shotgun in the old truck with my elbow sticking out of the window, just like he did, except my window was a little too high for me. But that didn't matter. I stuck my elbow out there anyway. My mother didn't like that. She thought it was dangerous and made my dad promise he wouldn't let me do it. But I did it anyway, and Daddy didn't tell me to quit it until we got close to home. He took me fishing. He was nice to me. He always gave Pete a stern lecture, and sometimes more than that, when he was using me as a patsy for one of his pester your little brother schemes. But now, Daddy was gone. I walked around the yard on that day. I saw his footprints from the day before. They were still there in the dirt of the driveway, the last footprints he would ever make, and they too would soon be gone. It was awful. It was a sad and busy time for my mother, arranging the funeral and picking up all the duties my father had as the head of the family. As she stepped up and took over for him, I soon found out that my mother was more than up to the challenge of raising us kids alone, as well as getting along in a world without a husband around. Up to that point in time, I had only seen her as a mother and a housewife. I'd never seen her do much else except run the household and take care of us kids. Now that was a major undertaking by itself, especially on a working farm. But it was a different kind of thing than what my father did. The only word I can think of to describe it is streetwise. That phrase doesn't exactly fit, but there are parallels. I always figured my father was streetwise, even though I didn't know the meaning of the word at that time, because he went out in the world every day dealing with people. My mother didn't go out that much, and when she did, most of the time it was to go shopping or go to church. I found out over the next several years that she was more streetwise and savvy than my father ever was. Reflecting back, I do remember hearing my mother and father discussing things, financial things. Mom would be giving him advice and he would listen, realizing that she was very savvy in that way. I remember hearing him say to her at one time, "If I'd married you years ago, I'd be a millionaire by now." What I did not appreciate at the time was that she was a survivor of World War II and had to survive with her small child, Pete, my older brother, by her own wits and daring. As long as my father was alive, she didn't need to step out to face the reality and predators of the world. My father did that with her advice. But she certainly was capable, and she certainly knew how. None of us really liked the house my father had bought. We'd all seen the other one when he was still trying to make a deal on it. We had all gotten excited about the prospect of living there in that other house, which was much nicer. We had all imagined which room would be ours and that kind of thing. I don't think he really liked this house at all much either. He just had to get something, because we had run out of time. Within a week or so after my father died, my mother contacted Bishop McPhee and had made a deal with him on that other house. She'd found out that the house had never sold, so she went to see him to try and pick up the dealing business where my father had left off. She talked to him and haggled, and finally he made her an offer. He told her that he would sell it to her for the price my dad had wanted to pay. The reason he had come down in price was a little bit because he felt sorry for my mother now, being on her own and all, but mostly it was because he had rented it out a few months ago, and the people in it were a real problem for him. Apparently they weren't paying the rent or something like that, and he didn't know how to deal with it or didn't want to. While they were in there, he couldn't put it on the market because they wouldn't cooperate in showing it to prospective buyers. It was a real mess for him. The deal was basically, you can buy it for that price, but the renters are your problem. My mother told him he had a deal, and we got ready to move again. Getting the renters out of the new house, the house we liked, was not going to be easy, as Bishop McPhee had come to understand. Mom paid them a visit and explained that she was the new owner and wanted them to leave. She explained that since they were so far behind in their rent payments, she had every right to tell them to move out. She also told them that she bought it to live in, so in any case they would have to leave and do it real soon. As you might expect, they didn't see it that way. I don't think they took her seriously either. She didn't look very threatening, I suppose. McPhee had tried to get them out several times, and he couldn't do it, so they weren't about to be evicted by someone who appeared to be even more helpless than him. They were a strange bunch. My mother couldn't figure out who was actually living in the house and who was just visiting. They were clean, neat and tidy, so at least she didn't have to worry about damage to the home, as happens with some renters. I remember it seemed they were running some kind of a TV repair business out of the home. There was a sign in the front window advertising it. They were Oriental. My mom couldn't tell if they were Chinese, Japanese, Korean, or just what. I never saw them, so all I knew was what my mother told me. In that regard, they all looked the same to her, but she could tell one thing. Something was not right there. Something was not as it seemed. There was something about these people that didn't make sense to her. Something seemed perhaps a bit apprehensive, but nothing she could define in sensible terms. As I grew older, I was to find out a lot of other things about my mother that I did not know nor suspect when I was a kid. I was to find them out more quickly now that my father was dead. If he had not died, my mother would not have been forced to come out to the front and center on the world stage of survival. But as things were, the way they were now, she did come out, and she rendered a stunning performance. One of the things I was to learn, Mom had a sixth sense about people and things. She was a psychic in the classic sense of the word, but she never really wanted other people to know about it. In our church, that sort of thing was not held in high esteem. It was something to be kept to yourself. But in that world of the sixth sense, she had her feet firmly planted on the ground. She knew it was real, and she knew what it was. When she talked to these renter people, she sensed that something was wrong. There was nothing on the surface to see or detect with the normal five senses. This was coming from her sixth sense. I don't think she wanted to believe it, because we all wanted to move into that house so badly. But something was very wrong, and she could not tell what it was. She left the house feeling very strange about the encounter, but being a very logical person as well, she put it off as her imagination and made the decision to go to her lawyer and have them removed that way. It was obvious to Mom that she could talk to them, she could threaten them, or do just about anything else she could think of by herself, but they were not going to leave. It was best not to fool around with them anymore. The law was the thing to use, and now was the time to use it. Still, there was something strange going on, and it troubled her. But it didn't slow her down one bit. We needed a place to live, and this was the place. She convinced herself these strange feelings had to be her imagination. Within a week or two, the renters were out of the house, and we started to move in. Mom had gotten some kind of court order, and they ignored it, as she expected. So one day the deputy sheriff showed up with a moving van and crew and loaded all their stuff up and drove it off. I don't know what she did to pull that off, but it was impressive. I guess she knew how to pick lawyers, and she knew how to tell them what she wanted done. Mom had all the locks changed, and we started moving in that same day. I don't know what else she did, but those renters never did show their faces around there again. However, as we would find out, they did try and get even. One bit of unexpected good fortune that fell out of this whole real estate trading business was that we were able to quickly sell the house we had been living in, the house my father had originally bought, to the next door neighbors. It seemed they'd had their eye on it for some time and were saving up for a down payment when my father came along with cash and bought it right out from under them. Mom sold it to them and financed the mortgage herself. She took whatever they'd saved up so far for the down payment, and it worked out well for all of us. As I remember, it only took 4 days to move in this time. Of course, we were only moving a distance of a couple of city blocks, and we didn't have everything unpacked yet from the first move. We had to haul all the bedroom furniture upstairs to one of the 3 bedrooms up there. That was just about the worst part of the moving work. The stairs were steep and the furniture was heavy. My brother and I got stuck with that job because we were the boys, and it was much too heavy of a job for the girls. Well, being completely outnumbered, we just did it. The girls, including Mom, carried all the boxed things in and some of the lighter furniture that went downstairs. It was a very nice home with plenty of room for all of us. The upstairs rooms were actually built out of a converted attic space, but in the days when this house was built, it was planned that way, so they were nice rooms. 2 of them were located at opposite ends, occupying the lengthwise space under the finished roof rafters of the attic. My sister, Emily, was to have the room that faced the street. She had a set of large windows that were on the front of the house that went almost all the way to the floor. My brother Pete and I got the one at the opposite end that faced the backyard. We had some windows too, though they were much smaller, but they did have the feature of opening outward, enabling you to crawl outside onto the back porch roof through one of them. There was a 3rd dormer that went out through the side of the upstairs roof, between the other 2 rooms. It was smaller than the others, and even though she was only 5 years old, my younger sister Serena really wanted to have that room for herself. The door faced the stairway, so if you were in that room and you opened the door, you'd be looking right down the stairwell. If you stood there and looked to the left or to the right, there was a short hallway, and the other 2 doors to the other 2 bedrooms were at opposite ends. I don't think my mother liked the idea of putting Serena up there by herself too much, but there was plenty of room, so she gave in and let her have the room at the top of the stairs. My mother took the room downstairs at the foot of the stairwell. I don't think code standards would allow it today, but this room was a kind of bedroom that had pretty good closet space, but you had to walk through it to get to the bathroom or to go upstairs. My mother didn't mind because she was usually the last one to bed and the first one up in the morning, so none of us would disturb her when she was sleeping. You would enter this room directly from the dining room, and once inside, there was another door to the bathroom on the left and still another door to the stairwell on the right. We had only been in and out of the house on a regular basis for the 4 days we'd been moving in. But Mom had already begun to believe that perhaps there was a little bit more than her imagination at work when she'd gotten those strange feelings about the departed renters. That had a lot to do with her choosing the bedroom she did. During the few days of moving, she could sense something was wrong. She could feel it, just like she did when she met the renters. Only now it was very strong and ever present, even though the renters were gone. She didn't tell us about it. Being just kids, we didn't think anything was wrong, and it wasn't going to do any good for any of us if she did tell us. It would just have made us anxious and scared, and what good would that do? So she kept it to herself. I think she was still hoping somehow this was all her imagination. But it wasn't. And it wouldn't be long until we all would know we were not alone in that house. Chapter 4. The Housewarming. When we finally got all finished moving in and spent our first night, we were quite exhausted and went to sleep right away. It was good to sleep. I heard a saying once, "A laboring man's sleep is peaceful." That night I knew just what that meant. I was so tired I was out in dreamland within moments of laying my head on the pillow. My well-earned sleep was interrupted in the middle of the night, however. I awoke to hear Mom getting Pete out of bed across the room from me. She was trying to get him to his feet, him still half asleep, to go downstairs with her. "Pete, wake up, Pete," she insisted. He was the man of the house now, and she needed him for something urgent. He was getting to his feet, trying to open his eyes against the sudden brightness of the light Mom had turned on. Then, in an instant, his eyes were opened, and he was wide awake. He could hear it too, and so could I. There was a pounding noise coming from downstairs. It sounded as though someone was using a hammer on a door in the house downstairs somewhere. Mom and Pete hurried down the stairs. I followed a safe distance behind and ended up watching them stop and stare at the heavy wooden back door. The pounding noise was coming from the other side. It sounded like someone was using a hammer or something heavy on it, trying to break it in. Mom ran to the other room for the phone to call the police. She only got 2 or 3 of the 7 numbers dialed when the back door gave way and flew open. It was still dark and we hadn't turned on any lights yet. I couldn't see them very well in the darkness, but some men came bursting in with flashlights blazing. They saw Pete and went straight for him. They grabbed him and started to drag him outside. Pete tried to fight back, but there were too many of them. He was slowly being dragged out of the kitchen, kicking and screaming closer and closer to the back door. Who were these guys? And what in the world did they want with my brother Pete? Whoever they were, one thing was certain, they meant business. Mom rushed back from the phone without connecting to the police. She started yelling and grabbing at them in the dark. "What do you want? What do you want with my boy?" "Get back, lady, get back now or we'll have to haul you in too," one of them shouted at her. With those flashlight beams shining wildly all over the place, I caught a glimpse of some of the clothing the guys were wearing. Mom did too, because she started yelling something else. "You've got the wrong guy! You've got the wrong guy! Do you hear me?" These guys were the police. My mother grabbed one of them by the arm and pleaded, "Look at his face! Look at his face! He's the wrong guy!" Something clicked, in one of their minds at least, and someone ordered the others, "Hold it, guys." The frantic shuffling and scuffling stopped. There was just the noise of heavy breathing now as everyone was standing still, catching their breath. The one who was in charge took his flashlight over to Pete and shined it right in his face. Pete blinked and squinted against the bright light. The one holding the flashlight sighed and said, "Let him go." He asked my mom to turn the lights on. She did, and with the lights on, we could all plainly see they really were the police. The one who seemed to be in charge asked Mom, "What are you doing here? What happened to the Chinese guys who lived here?" Mom explained the whole thing to him about how she bought the place and had them evicted a few days ago. Having heard it, seeing us, seeing the new furnishings scattered about, and we obviously were not Chinese, I guess he had to believe there really was a different family living here now. The others started to file out of the house while he explained, "All I can do is apologize, ma'am." He went on to say that they had our house under surveillance for a couple of months. They were looking for a young man who lived here on and off with the former tenants. The surveillance team must have spotted Pete walking around outside while we were moving in and figured the young man, the one they were looking for, was back. He was heading for the door when Mom asked him who was going to fix the back door they broke down. She took a phone number from him. He wouldn't say what they wanted the young man for. I figured it must have been something pretty serious to have them show up in the middle of the night and break the door down to get him. Mom called the number she was given and got some kind of runaround. The cops never did come over to fix the door. After a couple of days, Pete looked at it and figured he could fix it. It wouldn't look as nice as it did, but it would still work just as well. So that's what we did. Mom bought a new deadbolt lock. Pete installed it, and that's the way it stayed the rest of the time we lived there. Sort of a memento of our housewarming. Chapter 5. Something is just not right here. Summer was far spent by this time, and school would be starting soon. For me, school was just 1 block away down at the end of the street, a lot better than the mile I used to walk in Murray. Serena was going to be starting kindergarten at the same school. Emily would be starting junior high, which was close by as well. It was just 1 block further down the same street as the elementary school. Pete would be continuing high school, and West High was several miles away. But Pete had a driver's license now, and he also had 3 cars. A few things began to bother me about the house by the time school started. I wrote them off as my imagination at first. For one thing, I felt like I was being watched almost all of the time. You know the feeling of being uncomfortable because you know someone is staring at you? It was the same uncomfortable feeling, only I couldn't see anyone watching me. I heard noises too. There were several times when I was sitting at the blind end of our L-shaped living room, quietly watching TV or just reading a comic book, when I thought I heard something around the corner. It wouldn't be much, just a noise. Something would fall on the floor, or I would hear what sounded like someone walking a few paces across the soft carpet. Sometimes I'd call out, "Who's that?" I would never get an answer, though, unless, of course, there really was someone there. But somehow, I could always tell if there was really someone there or not. There was something about the noise, or maybe I should say with the noise, the atmosphere or my own feelings, that always gave it away. I always knew whether the little noise I'd just heard was made by something or someone real, or made by something else. It wasn't that it sounded different, because many times it didn't. It was like there was a mental communication aspect that went along with it that made it different than the simple sound a real person makes. I asked Mom about the noises one morning while I was eating breakfast before school. "Oh, it's just the house settling," she told me. She told me that more than once, too, because I asked her more than once. But the answer was always the same. "It's just the house settling," she would say, every time. Mom knew very well what I was talking about, and she knew quite well by now what it was. And it wasn't the house settling. She still wouldn't say anything about it, though. It was always the house settling. She heard things, too, the same as I did, maybe much more. She was very sensitive to it, much more sensitive than us kids were. I think she was still trying to figure out exactly what it was we were dealing with. Was it just something annoying or curious, or was it something quite dangerous? For Mom, this was a time for listening and watching while pretending nothing at all unusual was going on. Pete found a nice spot down in the basement to make a private study area for himself. He was a good student and liked to have it quiet when he was doing his homework, and this spot in the basement looked like the perfect place. It was a kind of workbench area under a small basement window that faced the driveway. It might have been part of the area used for the TV repair business the renters had going. Pete took a lot of time and a lot of trouble rearranging things to get them just right. He organized a desk down there out of the workbench and put a record player in. He organized all his pencils, papers, and things so they were just right, too. I remember during the day when he was getting it all set up, I would go down there and check it out. He kind of had a private little pad going for himself. The record player would be playing some song he liked, and he'd tolerate me down there bothering him for a little while. But then he'd run me off and recline in his chair to enjoy his private little spot. After school started in the fall and the homework got going, he went down there to study all by himself in the evening, but only used it a few times. Then he wouldn't go down there anymore except for short trips to go and get something. He studied his schoolwork in our room upstairs from then on. I asked him about it once. I asked him why he'd gone through all the trouble to set that place up in the basement to study, and now he never used it. He wouldn't say why. He just said it was none of my business. He really didn't seem to want to talk about it at all. Years later, when I asked him about it, he told me there were always noises down there. There was an area where you would walk around a corner and find some shelving intended to put bottled fruit jars on. Pete said there were always noises coming from over there, as if someone was touching the fruit jars or other things on the shelves. Since he couldn't see the shelving from his study spot, Several times he walked over to peek around the corner, perhaps hoping to see a mouse scurrying across a shelf to explain the sounds he'd heard. But there never was a mouse, and the place started to give him the creeps, so he abandoned it and did his homework upstairs from then on. Emily started telling us that she felt like there was another room in the house somewhere, a room that we might be able to find behind a sealed-off wall somewhere. Now, Mom couldn't answer that with the old house-settling business, but she did go through the trouble of showing Emily how the house was built, where all the walls were, and how it was a physical impossibility to have another room somewhere in the house that we didn't know about. Emily could see the logic of it all and had to agree that there was not another hidden room somewhere. But she said she still just couldn't shake the feeling. A few months passed. We settled into the routine of going to school and living our lives. By now, I knew there was something in the house with us. Where it lived could be thought of as a hidden room, I suppose, the way Emily sensed it. After all, there was something here with us, and it had to be somewhere. While I was exploring one Saturday, I went up to our bedroom and got way back into the back part of our clothes closet. I got behind all of the hung-up clothes that mostly belonged to Pete, and I found a cut-out panel against the back wall that could be removed. I'd seen this panel before, but never got curious enough to try and open it up to see what was on the other side. It was a piece of sheetrock that had been cut so that you could stick your fingers around the edges and pull it off. It measured about 3 feet by 3 feet, just big enough for a grown person to crawl in by getting on their hands and knees. I could see that a kid my size was going to be able to get in there quite easily. It was held in place by bent-over nails that had been twisted over to hold the cut-out sheetrock panel in place. As I sat there looking at it, my curiosity overpowered me, and soon I decided to go have a look at what was on the other side of that panel. I twisted all the nails a half a turn until I had moved them all out of the way, but then just before I tried to pull the panel away from the wall, I hesitated and briefly pondered exactly what could be on the other side. I got to thinking about the extra room business that Emily was always talking about. Was this it? If it was, there might be something very scary inside. As I sat there thinking about it, I got a little anxious. That now familiar feeling of being watched came over me again. But right now it was very strong and very uncomfortable. I backed out of the closet and went downstairs to get a flashlight. I was determined to see what was behind that wall. But I wasn't going to go back into no dark room for nobody. I found our best flashlight and got back upstairs into the closet and made my way back to the back wall again, right there by the panel. I was on my knees looking at the panel, shining my flashlight all around the edges. I was still a bit frightened, but a good flashlight does a lot for your courage. I put the flashlight down on the floor right next to me. Then I began to look for a place around the edge of the panel where I could stick my fingers in and pull it off. There really wasn't a good place, but I did see a spot that had some clearance. There was a crack that widened to about 1/8 of an inch, too small to get my fingers into, but maybe I could use something else. I looked around on the closet floor for something that I might use as a tool, a makeshift pry bar sort of thing, and I spotted one of Pete's lost nylon combs laying there. It looked like just the thing. He wouldn't mind. After all, I just found it lying on the floor. I crammed the comb into the space and started to pry. It looked like it might work, but the comb was really taking a beating. I thought maybe I shouldn't tell Pete that I'd used it to pry the panel off the wall. Maybe I would just put it back where I found it and say nothing. The comb was bending further, and I was pushing harder. The panel began to move slowly. Then suddenly it popped loose. I dropped the comb and caught the panel as it fell away from the wall. I lifted it up and put it over to the side against the adjacent closet wall. Picked up the flashlight again and looked into the doorway I had just opened. All I could see were the roof rafters coming down to the floor about 5 feet beyond the opening. This room apparently was the attic space behind the side wall of our room. There was nothing much to look at least not right in front of me, but this had to be a very long and narrow room. I was just looking at one end. I would have to actually go in to see down the length of it. I wasn't prepared for that. I wanted to see what was behind the panel. Going inside was a whole different matter. I sat there and thought about it for a minute, my good sense telling me to put the panel back and get out of there, but my curiosity compelling me to have a look. I held the flashlight tight in my hands, shook it a couple of times to be sure it was trustworthy, and then I crawled closer to the doorway. I got close enough to see a bit of the lateral area to the left and started working the flashlight in the opening for reconnaissance. At that point, I became aware of the thick silence all around me. I could hear the hissing, the buzzing of silence in my ears as I strained to be sure not to miss any sounds that might be important. I moved a little closer, working the flashlight into all the dark spots. My forehead was almost flush with the opening now. Still nothing to see, nothing to hear. I saw a string hanging down just on the inside. It looked like a pull string for a light fixture. I reached over and gave it a gentle tug, then click! A light came on and the whole inside of the attic lit up. I was feeling a little better now. It's funny how a little light can change the entire situation. I wasn't feeling afraid anymore. Well, maybe just a little. But now I was in much better control of the situation with the lights on. I left my flashlight on and peeked inside. As my head went through the doorway, it looked like a typical attic to me. There were some old boxes just a little beyond and to the other side of the door. I crawled all the way inside and made my way over to the boxes. I looked in and found some old toys. There was a policeman on a motorcycle, all made out of metal and apparently hand-painted. There were some other things that I thought were pretty neat, and I got involved in examining them when something way down at the end of the attic caught my attention. I'm not sure why. It just seemed I looked up or panned the flashlight that way and something caught my attention. The light I'd switched on was a good one, but it didn't illuminate that end of the attic very well, so I really couldn't see what was down there very clearly. I picked up the flashlight and shined it down there to get a better look. It was a box, a wooden box, kind of like a crate, but made out of smooth wood with a hinged lid. There was also a lectern-looking thing, like a podium or a pulpit you would see at church, only this was freestanding. There was a black cloth draped over one side of the pulpit and falling down on top of the box. I put the toys back where I'd found them, then moved over toward the other end of the attic to have a better look. It was a box and a podium, all right. But what in the world was it doing up here in our attic? I thought about Bishop McPhee and figured since he was a bishop, he could have just put this stuff up here for storage a long time ago and just forgot about it. Well, what was in the box then? I pushed the black cloth out of the way and looked for a way to open it. I could see that it just had a hinged lid on it, kind of like a crude little coffin. I grabbed the edge of the lid and lifted. It wasn't latched, so it easily swung open as I shined the flashlight inside to get a real good look. There were a lot of strange things in it. At least they looked strange to me. There was this thing that looked like a game board of some kind. There were brass candlesticks, some books, some black clothes, and other little odds and ends. I picked up some of the clothes and looked at them. The first thing I pulled out looked like a witch's hat. I pulled out some other things that looked like cloaks and robes. The clothes didn't look that interesting to me, so I put them back and looked at the game board thing. I didn't see a box where the rules and the game pieces might be. I read the letters up on top. O-U-I-G-A. I had never heard of a Ouija board at this point in my life. So I had no idea what this was. I took it downstairs to show my mother and asked her if she knew what this game was and how to play it. After all, I thought this board was old and Mom was old, so she had probably seen one before and might know how to play it. It turns out she certainly had seen one before, all right. There was no doubt about that. The minute I showed it to her, I could tell by the expression on her face that she did not like what I had found. "Where did you find that, Eddie?" she demanded, dropping everything she was busily doing in the kitchen. "It was upstairs in the attic," I said, explaining to her how I'd found the panel and gotten it off. "What else was in there?" she asked, obviously quite concerned. I told her about the toys and the pulpit and the wooden box full of clothes and things. Pete was outside working in the backyard, clearing a spot away for a small garden next year. Pete liked to garden. He always had some corn patch or something growing when we lived on the farm. She called him in and told both of us to get all that stuff out of the attic right now and for Pete to get that 55-gallon drum out in the yard and burn it all up. "Why do you have to burn it up?" I asked. "Never mind. We just don't need any junk around here," was all the explanation I got. Pete and I gathered up all the stuff in the box, every bit of it. Mom was down there at the burn barrel supervising. She told me to go in the house as soon as we had it all down from the attic, and Pete was about to start it on fire. I couldn't hear from where I was, but I know she told Pete what it all was and why she wanted to burn it. She said it was seance stuff and ritual things that people who were called spiritualists used for ceremonies. Pete was not impressed very much and didn't believe it. I think that was part of the reason she told him instead of just telling him to burn it and leave it at that. She needed him to be aware of what was going on, and she needed him to believe it. Telling him about it and explaining it all to him, she hoped, would help him understand. But it was no use. Pete didn't believe any of it. He just burned it, was polite and respectful, like a good son should be, but he didn't believe any of it at all. "Mom, that's all just a bunch of baloney," he said, striking the match. "And this is just a bunch of old clothes." He picked up the brass candlesticks. "And these are just old candlesticks, and that other stuff is just some junk from those weird people who used to live here. That's all. This stuff is not magic or evil or anything. It's just someone's junk." "Pete, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a teenager, and you haven't seen what I've seen. And you don't know what Pete interrupted. "Well, I know when something silly is going on. I know that. And this ain't nothing but just plain silly," he said with finality. Mom scowled at him and said, "Just burn it. Burn it all." "That's just what I'm doing, even if it's silly. That's just what I'm doing. I'm just going to not tell anyone about it, that's all. They'll think we're all crazy." Mom just left him out there, returned to the house, and got back to what she was doing. It was no use trying to convince Pete there really was a sound reason to get rid of all those things. He had his mind made up, and he was very pig-headed when he had his mind made up about something. I watched out the back porch window until it was all burned up. Pete put the stuff that wouldn't burn into the garbage can out back in the alley. When he came back into the house, I asked him, "Why did Mom want you to burn all that stuff up?" "Oh, Mom says that stuff belongs to ghosts or witches or something, that's why." I thought about that for a second and about the way I'd been feeling since we'd moved in, and then I said, "Maybe the house will be better now." "Oh, you stupid little kid, what's the matter with you? That's all a bunch of hogwash. That stuff was nothing more than some old clothes and junk that someone left here. It has nothing to do with any witches or ghosts or spooks or anything like that. And by the way, there ain't no such thing as ghosts anyway." "Oh, yeah? Well, how come you won't do your homework in the basement then?" I demanded. "I just don't like it down there," he said in a somewhat defensive tone. "That doesn't mean there's a bunch of spooks been bothering me. I just don't like it down there, that's all." "Yeah, sure," I said. Pete put his hand up to rub his forehead with his fingertips and said, "I've got a headache. Why don't you go get lost and find something to do? I'm going to go take a nap. Sometimes things disappeared. It wasn't long before I began to notice that sometimes things would turn up missing, only to be found somewhere unexpected or not at all. One Saturday I was out playing a game where the object was to try and get Serena and Emily soaked. It was still late summer, early fall, and with no school that day, I didn't have much to do but get into mischief. A couple of days earlier, Mom had bought me, after considerable begging, a large squirt gun. This was a really good one, like I'd never had before. It had a large capacity and it would shoot a pretty good stream. It was the best squirt gun I'd ever had. Even since then, that's still true. I didn't actually have it too long, though. I was busy having fun soaking down my sisters. They would scream, run off, then complain to Mom. Of course, when Mom finally came out to investigate, I'd be somewhere else, acting completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Why, I wasn't even in the right place to do anything like that. After all, I had to make promises that I wouldn't squirt my sister when Mom got that squirt gun for me. I went in the house several times to reload. I was really having a great time. Then I had to go in and go to the bathroom. Well, I went in the house through the back porch and put the squirt gun up on the shelf back there, kind of out of sight, so that I wouldn't be caught with it in the house and be declared guilty on the spot. I went in and acted very polite. My mom was sewing something and asked me about squirting the girls again. "No, I didn't. I was out in the backyard working on the tree hut," I said. She knew I was lying because she told me to cut it out anyway. Well, I finished my bathroom business and went back out on the back porch to resume where I had left off, and the squirt gun was gone. I looked all over in the immediate vicinity. I climbed up on a chair and got up where I could see the whole shelf. Nothing there. Nothing like a squirt gun. There wasn't even a water puddle left there. Where did it go? I asked Mom and she didn't know. I was sure she didn't move it because she was sitting there sewing the whole time I was in the bathroom. I could hear the sewing machine running from the bathroom. Emily and Serena didn't take it either, although they sure would have liked to and would have done it if they'd had the chance. I hid it specifically so they wouldn't find it while I was in the bathroom. I looked for the better part of an hour, retracing my steps, remembering over and over again what I'd done, thinking that maybe I'd really put it somewhere else, and I just thought I'd put it up there on that shelf. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain I had put it up there on that shelf. But every time I climbed up there to look, it was still gone. I never did find that squirt gun. It was strange the way it disappeared like that. Someone had to have taken it. There was no other explanation possible. At the time, I thought perhaps I just misplaced it somehow, even though I couldn't figure out how I could have done that. I mean, I remembered placing it up there on that shelf so it would be safe and undetected until I came out of the bathroom. It was later on, after we had moved away from that place, that I began to think just maybe the house took it. I even asked my mom about it once us kids were all grown up. She assured me that she didn't take it. Serena and Emily assured me they didn't take it either. As time went on, Pete seemed to have a lot of headaches. Before we moved from the farm, or even when we were in the other house for those few months, I don't remember him ever having a headache or even being sick. He used to play with me and wrestle with me a lot, but now it was always, "I've got a headache," or "I don't feel good." He blamed it on the exhaust fumes coming from the street, where a lot of cars and buses went by. We were actually set back from the street quite a bit, and I never got sick from it. Neither did any of the rest of us. Just Pete. Actually, I couldn't even smell anything. But I guess something was making him sick, and that must have been it. I didn't like the way Mom wouldn't tell me anything. I guess she did that because she figured I was just a little kid. She told Pete all about everything she could, but Pete didn't believe her. It must have been tough for her knowing what was going on and not being able to tell any of us except Pete, and him not believing any of it. After I found that stuff in the attic, The closet in our room always gave me the creeps. I was always afraid to be in our bedroom by myself after that. It wasn't that I thought or imagined anything might actually come out of the closet. It was just the idea that something might be in there. After all, there was a door in the back of the closet, and that feeling of being watched was always present now when I went up in the bedroom. From then on, every night before I went to bed, I always had to open the closet, turn on the lights, and take a good look inside. Pete would see me go in and push his hangered clothes out of the way and nose around. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously, one of the first times I'd done it. "Nothing. Just looking," I said, a little embarrassed about the reason. Pete really did know what I was doing, even though he didn't believe in it. He walked over to the closet where I was and helped me push the clothes out of the way and turn the light off inside, then said, "See? There's nothing in there. Now go to bed." I felt better, though a little embarrassed. Pete wasn't mad at me, and I got a real good look inside of the closet. He was right. There was nothing in there, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that there was something somewhere, and it was watching me. From then on, the rest of the time we lived there, I had to check that closet every night. I called it my nightly spook check. Chapter 6. It Begins. It was probably in January of that first year we lived there. I was watching TV in the front room, and Emily came down the stairs, a bit impertinent, and groaned out, "What, Mom?" Dividing my attention from the TV, I heard Mom answer, What, Emmy?" "What do you want?" Emily said impatiently. "What do I want? What do you mean, what do I want?" Mom said in between dishes. "What did you want me for, Mom? Geez, I was in my room busy doing stuff, and you kept calling me. So what do you want?" Mom put the dish she was washing down, and she said to her, "I didn't call you, Emmy." Now I knew that was true, because from where I was sitting in the living room watching TV, I would have heard it. I couldn't help myself anymore, so I piped up and said, "Then who did?" Now Mom didn't want the conversation to go in that direction, so she said, "Nobody did. It was just Elvis Presley yelling, 'Mama, Mama, Mama,' and Emily answered, 'What?' That's all it was." "Oh, Mom, that's not what it was," Emily protested, not at all enjoying being made fun of. "Yes, it was. Now, I do need some help here. You dry the dishes, and I'll wash the rest." "But, Mom, I didn't." I know, you didn't want to see me here do the dishes all by myself. You're a very nice girl." No, I just came down because..." "I know, because you were feeling guilty. I know. Now, here's the dishcloth. You can get to work." It was no use. Every time Emily would try to explain she really did hear someone call, Mom would cut her off and tell her to do something. She knew what Emily was trying to say, but she just wouldn't let her say it. Pete had to go visit the doctor a few days later because he wasn't feeling very well. He thought he had the flu or something because the headaches just wouldn't go away. He also had developed a cold that wouldn't go away either. The doctor was puzzled and had no answers. Pete didn't have anything he could diagnose, so he told him that it was probably a virus or something going around. He told him to take it easy and come back in a week or so if he didn't feel better. Well, time went on and Pete returned to the doctor. There was still no progress. Whatever was bothering Pete stayed with him and just wouldn't go away. The doctor gave him a prescription for some antibiotics to try. It didn't help, so later on he gave him something else. Nothing seemed to be helping. This nagging sickness, whatever it was, seemed to just hang on no matter what he did. In the springtime of that first year, I came home from school one day and Mom wasn't there. Once in a while when I came home from school, Mom would be out shopping and wouldn't be home yet. I was the only one in the family who ever had this problem of coming home from school and Mom not being there, because I was the earliest one home from school except for Serena. She was in kindergarten and only went half a day. If Mom was going to go shopping, usually Serena went with her. Mom was usually pretty good about being home when I came home from school, though. She believed that's what a good mother should do. But once in a while, she would be running late. And when that happened, I wouldn't go inside the house until she finally did come home. I would sit on the old couch on the front porch and just wait. Sometimes, if the weather was good, I'd go in the backyard and play in the sandbox. But I wouldn't go inside the house. I was too afraid to do that. It got worse for me as time went on. There was something in the house, even though Mom downplayed the very idea of such a thing if I ever mentioned it. I knew she knew it too, but just wasn't talking. If you were inside the house, you could feel it. It's difficult to describe other than just saying it was like a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Yet it was more than that. There was uneasiness about it. It was not too bad when someone else was home, but if I was there alone, inside that house by myself, it was simply unbearably tense to be there. So I never went inside unless someone else was home as well. On this day, while I was in school, I had to go to the bathroom. Number 2. Since it was rather late in the day and school was going to be out soon anyway, I just held it until school was over and then went home. On the way home, I started to wonder if I'd made a mistake. I was getting concerned that I might not make it before I had an accident along the way. I began to walk a little stiffly, but it was only just a little bit further and I'd be home. The total distance was less than a city block after all. I could make it. No big deal, except for today, of course. I did make it home, and just barely in time, I thought. And when I got to the front door, it was locked. I could tell Mom was not home. I looked in the big front window and could see with certainty there was no one at home. Mom always left the back door open when she went shopping, just in case she was late coming home. That meant I could just go around the back door and get in and use the bathroom. There was just one problem. Mom wasn't home. No one was home. It was just me. I thought I might sit on the front porch and wait for Mom to get home, but that could be a good half hour or more. I was sure I wouldn't be able to hold out that long. I decided I would have to either go in the house and use the bathroom or find some other alternative. But since I couldn't think of any other acceptable alternative, I ran around the back door, turned the doorknob, and went in. I was pretty nervous about the whole thing, but this was going to have to be one of my braver days, or I'd be cleaning my pants out later on, and I just couldn't let that happen. I was 9 years old, and for a 9-year-old healthy boy to have done that was so socially embarrassing, it was actually unthinkable to let it happen, no matter what had to be done to avoid it. I went around to the back and pushed open the door. It still had the scars from the police break-in on it. I was in the house now, and I didn't like it at all. It wasn't that I thought something was going to grab me or anything like that. It was just spooky to be in there all by myself. It was frightening. But my courage was up because I had no choice, and up to this point in time, nothing had ever actually happened. There were only random noises and that feeling of being watched all the time. So I wasn't expecting anything to happen. I just didn't like to be in that creepy house all by myself. I hurried to the bathroom, which was just off the walk-through bedroom my mom used. The stairway door was on the opposite side of that bedroom. I hurried into the bathroom, then closed and locked the door. Then I hurriedly undressed and sat down and took care of my business. It hadn't been but a moment after being greatly relieved that I had made it without incident when I heard the distinct and definite sound of footsteps just outside the bathroom door in the bedroom on the cheap linoleum floor. I heard the crackling noise of the footfalls quite clearly as the linoleum flexed under each one. Until now, I'd heard noises of various kinds in different parts of the house. Noises that I was sure I'd heard, but I was unsure of what the source was. But this was not like that. It was something I could definitely identify, and it didn't stop. "Is that you, Mom?" I said in a loud but pleasant voice. There was no answer, of course, and I really didn't expect one. I knew it was not my mother out there, but it seemed important to me not to let whatever was out there know that. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I decided I was going to have a look out there and see what it was. I knew I'd have to catch it by surprise, though, so I turned on the water and made sounds like I was by the sink. I even said things to Mom out there while I was doing this, and all the time I could still hear the footsteps. "I'll be out in just a minute, Mom." It seemed like several people were walking around in a circle out there. Leaving the water running, I crept over to the door as quickly and as quietly as I could, hoping whatever was out there would think I was still at the sink washing my hands. I quietly moved the small deadbolt lock to the open position, and while I could still clearly hear the footsteps out there, I flung the door open. I looked straight ahead, then I looked to the left and to the right. The noise was gone, and there was nothing to be seen. I went back in and turned off the water, flushed the toilet, then turned off the bathroom light and went quickly back outside to wait for Mom to come home. Several nights later, Mom was trying to get Emily to come down from her room to do the dishes. Mom felt it was important that we all learn to do our chores, and for Emily, the main chore to learn was doing the dishes. Mom was at the bottom of the stairs yelling, "Emily, come down and get those dishes done." Emily said something back that didn't give Mom a lot of confidence that she was going to be coming down right away. Mom was patient, though, and after the 4th or the 5th time, she went over to the bottom of the stairs and used that commanding voice she had and ordered Emily to come down right now, or she was coming up to drag her down. Now, Emily knew Mom would do just that, so she came down this time, but she was quite defiant and met Mom in the kitchen and started yelling at her. She didn't really seem like herself. She screamed at Mom, telling her that she didn't have to do the dishes, nor did she have to do anything else Mom might tell her to do. This was more than Mom could take. One thing she insisted on and enforced was obedience. You could disagree, you could be vocal about it, but you could not say no without a good reason. You could not openly defy Mom. Emily was so good-natured and always so willing to do things Mom asked her to do, it was totally out of character for her to be acting like this. Mom held out a dish rag and firmly told her to get the dishes going one more time. And one more time, Emily defiantly yelled, "No! I don't have to! I don't have to do anything you tell me!" Mom decided she had to stop this, and she had to stop it right now. So in the middle of her defiant rant about how she wasn't ever going to be told what to do again, Mom hauled off and slapped her across the mouth, and slapped her hard. Emily's entire look, attitude, and expression changed immediately. The slap took her completely by surprise. She got very quiet, backed up a few paces, holding her hand over her mouth. She pulled her hand away from her mouth and looked at the little bit of blood in it. Then she ran upstairs without saying a word. Mom didn't know what to do next. She wasn't going to slap her again. If that first one didn't work, slapping her a second time and harder wasn't going to work either. So she went back and started to do the dishes by herself while thinking about what she could do about this. It wasn't very long, no more than a couple of minutes, before Emily came back down the stairs. She apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mama. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. But there were these voices talking to me, and they told me to say that I couldn't help it." Mom stopped what she was doing and gave Emily a real serious look. The kind you would get if you had just told your parents that a complete stranger had just given you a ride home. She said to Emily, "What do you mean you heard voices?" Emily carefully chose her words and said, "I hear these voices when I'm upstairs, and they tell me to—" "From where, Emily?" "Oh, just kind of in my head." "What do they say to you, Emily?" "They tell me things like I don't have to do what Mom says, and they tell me to tell you so, and things like that." "How long has this been going on, Emmy?" "Oh, I don't know, for a little while, I guess. At first I wouldn't listen, but after a while I couldn't help it. It was like they were inside my head, and they were like—" Emily was searching for the right words. She continued, "It was like they were me after a while, and when you slapped my face, they all got knocked out. I went upstairs, and the voices were gone, and I felt better." Emily paused a moment, then said, "I'm sorry, Mama. I'll help you with the dishes now if you still want me to." Mom smiled at her. It was time to deal with this openly. Something like this could not go without talking about it. The activity in the house was ramping up, and Mom could not pretend that nothing was going on in the house any longer. It was clear now that the entity in the house had begun attacking her children. As young as we were, my mother knew that we had to be told, and we had to understand what we needed to do to stay safe. She started saying, "Emily, that was evil trying to take control over you." "Evil?" Mom said thoughtfully, "Yes, evil. Have you ever heard of someone being possessed?" Emily nodded. "Well, that's kind of what it is, Emily. It's voices. Voices of people trying to get control of you," Mom explained. "They start out by telling you things in your head, and pretty soon, if you listen to them, you can't tell the difference between them and your own thoughts." "Why do they do that? Why do they try to take you over?" Emily asked. "I don't know, Emily. I just know that they do, when they can." Emily looked worried and nervously said, "Mom, I don't want to be taken over." "Oh, Emily, don't worry so much. They can't do a thing to you if you don't cooperate. You said yourself you started listening to them. Then after a while you couldn't tell them from your own mind, could you?" Emily answered, "Yeah." "Well, it was when you started listening that they got a little bit of a hold on you. Don't ever listen to them, and don't ever do what they say. That's the worst thing you can ever do." "Mom, where do they come from? Who are they?" Emily asked. "I don't know that either, Emily, but they're here, and they're real. It's nothing to play with. You need to fight them off by not listening to them and not doing anything they tell you. They will probably try it again, so you need to be strong and tell me the minute it happens." When I heard this, it was quite unsettling. The realization that we were not alone in the house, and my mother no longer denying it, was satisfying in some ways. Mom was now admitting what I had long been trying to get her to admit. But now that she was openly telling us we were not alone in this house, it was a relief in some ways, but it was also frightening. Even so, it was better to hear Mom now admitting it and telling us about it. It was like we were all on the same team now, playing the same game. Something occurred to me that I never considered before, so I asked her how it was she knew so much about this. She just gave me a thoughtful look and said, "Never mind that. Just do what I tell you, and we'll get through this." Not long after the incident with Emily, when I went to bed at night, I began to notice that usually eventless nights were beginning to change. Before this, nothing much ever happened during the night that I was aware of, but as time went on, things changed. The nights always started out the same. Pete was there with me about to go to bed. He would finish undressing, then get up from sitting on the edge of the bed and walk over the 5 or so paces across the room to the light switch by the door. He would reach up on the wall between the entrance door and the closet door where the light switch was mounted, shut off the lights. Just about the time he had his finger on it and was going to flip the light switch off, I would jump up and say, "Wait a minute, I got to do my spook check." After which I would quickly scamper over and open up the closet door and check it out, pushing Pete out of the way. I would reach up and pull the chain on the hanging light bulb, flooding the closet with light. While my brother stood by impatiently, I would push the hangered clothes back out of the way and look between them until I could see all the closet walls, to be sure nothing was in there, and that the makeshift door to the attic was properly secured. As usual, I wouldn't find any spooks in there, but it sure made me feel better having looked. That doesn't really make sense when you think about it. I mean, just because there's no spook to be seen right now doesn't mean there won't be one there later. There might even be one there right now, but you just can't see him. Who knows? But then there are a lot of things we do that don't make sense. But doing them sometimes makes you feel better for some reason. Pete always had something to say, like how stupid I was while he was standing there in his underwear waiting for me to finish my search so he could turn off the light. But I didn't care. I had to have a look in that closet before the lights went out, no matter what he thought. Satisfied there were no spooks or anything else unpleasant in the closet, I would get back over to my own bed, crawl in, and pull the covers up. Pete would turn off the lights and get in bed. "Good night, Ed." "Good night, Pete." But now, before I went off to sleep in the darkness, instead of just quietly nodding off, I would hear noises coming from somewhere downstairs. I don't know what it was. It was just noises. Lately, I heard these noises in the house at night quite a lot, almost every night, and it seemed they were getting louder and bolder. It was as if they didn't care as much if they were heard. Or perhaps that was actually the intent, to be heard. It would be something or other coming from downstairs. Nothing loud, nor anything you could really identify. It was just noises. Sometimes I would hear something for a second or two, then hear nothing for a long time. There were other times when I heard the sounds, and they would last for quite a while. I knew my mother was just at the bottom of the stairs, and you might think maybe she was snoring or something like that. But I knew what snoring was supposed to sound like, and it certainly wasn't that. Nor was it noises, perhaps, because she was tossing and turning or getting up to go to the bathroom or anything like that. I wasn't even exactly sure where they were coming from. Sometimes I thought they were coming from the stairwell, maybe originating as a noise down there somewhere. Other times it was like the noises were coming from the walls themselves. Sometimes I would hold my breath and breathe very slow and shallow, so as to cut down the noise my own body made so that I could hear it better. Sometimes I would do this so that I would not be heard. At times I would lay there in this state of confusion and fear, trying to be quiet so that I could hear what was going on in the darkness down the stairs, while at the same time trying not to make any noise myself that might be heard by whatever was down there. I would fall asleep many times in this way, afraid to breathe too deeply or even cough or to clear my throat, because that would make a noise and I might be heard. Chapter 7. Something for Everyone. Tailor-Made Terror. I didn't realize it at the time, but now looking back, I believe the house began to work on all of us in different ways, tailored for each of us. It seemed the house knew what each one of our weak points or vulnerabilities were, and started to work on those. With me, it was the noises, the terror, and the occasional accident. When we bought the house, there were a pair of old wooden single-car garages built side by side in the backyard. They were quite old at the time, made out of cut lumber, no plywood anywhere, with two large swing-open doors on the front. One of these garages was just full of junk, Nothing interesting at all. The other one looked like they'd used it to park a car in. The middle area of that one was all cleared out right down to the rutted dirt floor. Pete used that one for a while to park his car in, until a year or so later when we finally had them both torn down and built a new, larger garage. I never got curious enough to look through all the stuff left in those old garages until one day, not too long before we had them torn down. Like I said, I don't remember what was in the junk-filled one. Just junk, I guess. The other one didn't have a lot of extra space when a car was in there, so there wasn't much room in there at all except along one side. Parallel with where a car parked would be, there was a narrow little workbench and a bunch of small bread pan-like containers up on shelves. Most of them had nails, screws, and other similar hardware in them. All quite boring, until I found one that looked like it was full of old fishing lures. There were hooks, sinkers, lures, and all kinds of fishing stuff like that. There were some really neat-looking fishing lures, too, the kind I'd never seen before. My dad took me fishing a couple of times, but I'd never seen anything like these before. I picked up the biggest one, a wooden fish about the size of the biggest minnow I'd ever caught, all painted up green and red, with about 9 sets of triple hooks mounted on small swivels all over it. I guess it must have been about 6 inches long. I wondered what you'd catch with a thing like that. The wooden fish was way too big for any trout to try and eat, or so it seemed to me. I suppose it was designed to catch a big fish that might try to swallow a large minnow whole, or maybe try to take a bite out of one. At any rate, it was real neat looking. I checked it out for quite a long time and decided that if I ever went fishing, I was going to take that with me and see what I could catch with it. No matter where I went in the house or the yard, I could not shake a nearly constant feeling of being watched, even out there in the garage. That's why it took me so long to get curious enough to go out and snoop around in there, I guess. No matter where I went in the house or in the yard, I was being watched. It started to bug me here, even though this fishing lure was quite interesting. So I put it back carefully and went on to something else outside of the garage. The feeling never left, but it did level off sometimes. Not long after that, I came home from school early one day. I think it was one of those half-day school things. Well, as luck would have it, my mom wasn't home, but had taken the bus downtown to go shopping. I wasn't about to go into the house and watch TV or anything like that. I knew I would just end up being the one being watched, and then being bothered by something or someone to the point where it would drive me back out of the house anyway. So I just tried to keep myself busy out in the backyard on the patio. There was some patio furniture out there that had been left by the previous tenants. One of those big metal-framed lawn swings with a canvas canopy for shade. It had seen better days. The canvas was beginning to rot just a little bit, but it still looked kind of nice in a hillbilly sort of way. Regardless, it was comfortable to sit on and swing a bit. It had the shade of the canopy on top, too. I was out there on the patio, sitting on that lawn swing, when I saw something interesting over on the table a few feet away. I don't remember what it was, but I got up, walked over, and picked it up, and then really got interested in examining it really closely. I remember being lost in thought while backing up to sit back down on the lawn swing right behind me. The whole time being too preoccupied with what I had in my hands to really look where I was going. When I was in position just above the seat of the lawn swing, I allowed my legs to fold, and then I dropped down on the swing. But on the way down, my right ear caught something and pulled it hard. I looked up as soon as I hit the cushion and noticed that there was a fresh tear in the canvas awning just above me. I still didn't understand what had just happened, so I reached up to feel my ear, where I just felt that hard tug while I was sitting down. I felt something with my exploring fingers, and then in a moment realized what it was. That's when the pain started. Somehow, that same fishing lure that I'd been so interested in a few days earlier had ended up hooked into the lawn swing awning at about eye level, and I didn't see it in back of me as I sat down. It caught my ear and set one of the hooks firmly in place. Then the entire lure had been torn right out of the canvas where it had been placed. It was now securely lodged in the upper part of my right ear. I don't know how it got there, but I wasn't concerned with that right now. I had a fish hook in my ear, a really big one, and my mom wasn't home. No one was home, and I didn't know what to do. I had an older brother, Roy, who was about 10 years older than Pete from my father's first marriage. As luck or Providence would have it, right about that time, Roy just happened to come by and parked in the driveway right by the patio where I was having my fish hook problem. He was married and had been for several years and had come over to talk to Mom about something or other. He was in the neighborhood and just popped in hoping she might be at home. Boy, was I glad to see him. He took me up to the hospital and got me all taken care of. That experience is an entire story by itself. But they got the hook out of my ear, and I did get taken care of. I never gave it much thought other than the look before you leap lesson I learned. But later on, when I started reflecting back on what happened to all of us during those years, putting things together about the experience of living in that house, I know I left that fishing lure in that little pan in the garage. I never took it out of that garage. I was also all alone when I was looking at it. How did it end up hanging in the lawn swing canopy just at eye level in that position? A very dangerous position. Who put it there and why? The why, I think I can guess now. The who, I still don't know, and I doubt I ever will. There was another time I got hurt as a result of not wearing shoes when I should have. I like to walk barefoot a lot. It's something that I picked up while we lived on the farm. I remember getting up in the morning when I was about 5 or 6, walking from our room outside to the kitchen where my mother would be fixing breakfast, pancakes, and I could smell them from outside in my room. My mom could make the best pancakes in the world. Pancakes, syrup, and a glass of cold milk. It doesn't get any better than that. Of course I was barefoot, and the gravel was a little bit uncomfortable on my tender feet in the early morning, so I'd have to kind of tippy-toe over the path to the kitchen, like I was walking on broken glass or something. But that was in the morning. By the time I was done eating breakfast and was outside playing, my feet had become accustomed to the daytime, and I was able to walk, run, and jump just about anywhere in the yard and do it barefoot without any discomfort at all. The driveway had a thin layer of gravel on it to keep the mud down when it was wet. It was a size just a little bit larger than pea gravel. There were round rocks and sharp rocks and everything in between the mixture on the ground. And I walked on it without any trouble or discomfort, except in the early morning right after I woke up. I had thick calluses built up on the bottom of my feet that had formed through a couple of seasons of walking barefoot everywhere I went. I really liked to go barefoot all the time, so I did go barefoot, unless of course I went somewhere with my mom or dad. They always made me wear shoes when I went with them. I really didn't like shoes all that much. Barefoot was much better, unless it was cold outside. Even today, as I'm writing this, when I get home, my shoes come off unless I need to go outside for some reason. Now, to get to the point of all this barefoot talk, I was out in the backyard one day and I began to play this game of golf. The concrete patio had a hole in it for the umbrella pole of a patio table set that McPhee must have had at one time. The table was still there, but the umbrella that fit the hole was long gone before we moved in. So that was my one-hole golf course. I didn't have a real golf club, so I improvised with a baseball bat. It worked okay, I guess. I found this golf ball lying around, and I could scoot it around the patio with the bat. I tried to knock it into the hole from a good distance away. It was easy to get it into the hole from up close, but there was no challenge in that. So I would start by putting the ball down at the end of the patio, and then sort of like a mutant game of hockey, I would try to get it in the hole with 1 or 2 swings. It wasn't very easy, as I remember. Anyway, while I was playing this game, I was, of course, barefoot and having a pretty good time. There was a strip of really thick grass on the edge of the patio that was real hard to get the ball out of when I hit it too hard and it went over there, out of bounds. I hit it over on the grass a couple of times and walked over to try to hit it back onto the cement, and it really messed up my momentum. So one time when I hit the ball and I saw it rolling off toward that area, I ran over and tried to get ahead of it so I could tap it back before it actually went off the cement and onto the grass. As I ran over there, I was doing good. I got ahead of the ball as it rolled over toward the grass. I ran out onto the grass to turn around and tap it back when I felt this dull but strong thud under the heel of my right foot. It felt like I'd stepped squarely onto a rock hidden in the grass about the size of a ping pong ball. It really hurt, so I went down and grabbed the bottom of my foot to see what it was. And there was a roofing nail, about a 2-incher, sticking out of the bottom of my foot squarely in the center of my heel. I sat there just staring at it for a couple of seconds, and then it really started to hurt. I grabbed it carefully and pulled it straight out. A length of about 3/4 of an inch, or nearly half of its length, had been pushed into the bottom of my foot, and I'm sure the thud I felt was the tip hitting the bone. The nail was a brand new one. It was galvanized. But if it had been sitting on that lawn outdoors for a long time, it would have looked a bit dull. It was not dull, though. It was shiny and bright, just like it would look if it came off the shelf at the hardware store. Where a nail like that could come from is a mystery. There was no construction going on anywhere near that spot while we were there, and it was a brand new nail. I didn't think anything more of it at the time, other than it was just an accident, a good reason to wear shoes outdoors. But looking back on it, I believe that nail was placed there somehow, waiting for me to step on it, as it knew there was a good chance I would do. Another thing that was odd is this nail was a long one, 2 inches or so. How could it have been laying there sticking straight up to puncture my heel like it did? To illustrate what I mean, try throwing a handful of roofing nails on the ground somewhere. If they are really short ones, say less than an inch or so, some of them will land point up. But if they are 2 inches in length, like the one I stepped on, none of them will land point up. They will all be laying down. How can you step on a nail that should be laying down and get it into your heel positioned like I did? I had to go to the doctor to get my shots and all that, so nothing ever came of it other than limping around for a few days. But I still can't help but believe it was placed there by something associated with the house. I cannot figure how else it got there. But I do remember where I'd seen one before. In that garage where I'd seen that fishing lure, in one of those little bread pans. Remember I told you the house worked on each of us in different ways? It also used us in different ways as well. At the time, I was in the habit of teasing my older sister, Emily. I suppose I was quite vicious about it, but when you're 10 or 11 years old, it just seems like fun. I liked to taunt her by calling her trash. That seemed to bother her the most, so of course that's what I did. The neighborhood we lived in was actually quite nice, but a few blocks away, attending the same junior high where Emily went, were some trashy people. Some very trashy people. It's not proper to say that today, I suppose, but the truth is the truth. There were some trashy people there. Knowing what trashy people were, we didn't want to be that way, especially Emily. Being about 14 years old, she was very concerned about what people thought of her. She was the new kid at school, and among girls that age, there are a lot of cliques. and the ringleaders of those cliques can be quite vicious. She would get that treatment all day at school, being teased by some of the trashy kids there. Then she would come home where I would accuse her of being one of them, calling her trash every chance I got. Now, my mother didn't tolerate it, and when she caught me, she'd made me stop it. But she wasn't there all the time to watch me. I could whisper it when we were watching TV or when we were sitting side by side at the dinner table. I really didn't mean any harm by it. This was just brother teasing sister, and I was the right age to do it, and she had the hot buttons to push. But later on, when we were grown up, she told me something that caused me to rethink what was actually going on. She said when she would hear those voices that we talked about earlier, it was usually when she was up in her room all by herself. I already told you how they'd been telling her to defy her mother, but they began to tell her other things as well, especially when she started to resist the overtures to disobey her mother. The new thing was to tell her she was trash. The voices would try to make her believe that she was worthless and she was trash and that everyone knew it. She might be reading scriptures and come across a passage admonishing people to generally be good. She would then hear voices telling her that she might as well give up now and kill herself because she just could not be like that, because she was really just worthless trash. It seems for Emily the house worked on her self-esteem more than anything else, apparently trying to cause such a state of depression that Emily might think about ending it all. Many psychiatrists would not see it that way, I imagine. They would see it as some kind of mental issue and prescribe some drug or therapy to lift the depression. I don't have a lot of respect for psychiatrists when they apply their craft to individuals with specific problems. This was something external, coming from whatever was in the house, working on Emily, and to a certain extent also working on the rest of us, working on us from a sophisticated mental level, able to place thoughts in our heads, cause fear and anxiety at a level that interacts directly with your mind. I unwittingly participated in this via the name-calling I was doing. I was also calling her trash, directly reinforcing the voices she heard alone in her room. I was saying exactly the same things the voices were saying to her when she was alone. I would call that sophisticated. They were also able to work on us from a physical level as well. I told you about getting hurt a couple of times, not seriously, thank goodness, but the effort ramped up. I started to play a sort of game every time I came downstairs from our bedroom. The stairs were steep, and it was a full flight from top to bottom. They were steep and tall. I started to get into the habit of running down the stairs, and before I was on the last step, I would just skip it and jump down the rest of the way onto the landing area at the bottom. This was a lot of fun, and over a period of several days, I suppose I would skip 2 steps. Then 3, then 4 or 5. There was a time when I would run down the stairs and leap from about halfway up the stairway. It seemed to me that I jumped from a height where I should have landed hard, and maybe even gotten hurt a little bit, but I didn't. It sort of became a challenge to try to jump off a higher and higher step and sail down to the bottom landing. There was a point where I thought I could go higher, but I didn't dare. It seemed to me that I was having such an easy time jumping off where I was that I should be able to go higher and not have a problem. But logic told me that I shouldn't try it. I remember being amazed and a little triumphant when I jumped from the height I was jumping from. Something was egging me on to try and go higher, but at the same time something else was telling me that I had better not. So there was a level that I did not exceed, even though I really wanted to, and I thought I could. Serena was doing this as well at the time, and I had no idea. When I was reminiscing about this later on at one of our family gatherings, she told me that she started doing the same thing a while after we moved in. It all started one day with a trip to the Chapman Library across the street on the corner. This library was an old classic sort of building with a lot of stone steps leading up to the entrance, with granite stairs and pillars and all. It looked like something built during the 40s when the government had a lot of people doing fancy public works projects. We were over there playing one day. I think Mom went to the store and I was supposed to be watching Serena. We went over to the library to play on the front steps. I was weaving in and out between the pillars and sliding down the big granite banister on either side of the massive stone steps. Serena didn't want to jump down the steps with me, nor did she want to weave in and out of the pillars on the upper part of the entrance. It was too scary for her. It was kind of high up, I suppose. Later on, when we got home, I went off and did something outside, and Serena went inside the house. Mom still was not home yet, but was expected to be back soon. I left Serena in the house alone, and she experienced a kind of beckoning to come upstairs. She was only about 6 years old at the time, and was being invited to come upstairs and play. It was not a visual or an audible invitation, but rather a subliminal kind of thing. "Come up here and play. It will be fun," was the invitation. As she went upstairs, she soon found herself in a sort of trance or dreamlike state. For some reason, she began looking through the phone book, fascinated by looking up people who she knew had recently died but were still listed. She amused herself with that for a little while, but then was beckoned out into the hallway. "Come play out here. This will be fun." As she walked into the hallway, there was an invitation to come down the steep stairway near the bottom and then jump the rest of the way down. It reminded her of the library steps where she had been afraid, but this was not as high once you were down near the bottom. When she jumped from the second or third step, she floated down to the landing platform at the bottom, carried by unseen arms, landing softly on the platform. This was fun, and the invitation to try it again, only from a higher step, was offered. She went back up only a step or two higher and did it again. Once again she was carried down and landed softly at the bottom. Serena did this for a while, moving higher and higher each time, still in this dreamlike state. She was finally at the top step, and once again being invited to fly down. This was a vertical distance of perhaps 12 feet, and horizontally about the same. The steps were wooden with only a thin carpet attached. If she didn't jump far enough horizontally, she would hit the hard wooden stairs somewhere before the bottom step and tumble the rest of the way down. If she did jump far enough out, it would still be a very hard landing, certainly enough to be badly hurt or even worse. When I did it, I was tempted to try it from the top landing, but I was too afraid. And I was 10 or 11 years old. Seemingly being that much older than Serena, I should have had more sense, and I suppose I actually did. It was just too high, even though the experience I was having reassured me that it would be okay. With me, looking back, I think what was going on was the house was trying to get me to go higher and higher until I was at a point where I would go too high. At that point, the help would be withdrawn and I would get hurt, perhaps badly. I think the same thing was going on with Serena. Mom was going to be home soon and find the accident at the bottom of the stairs. Serena jumped from the top and once again was carried all the way down and gently placed at the bottom landing. It was the most fun and exhilarating experience she ever had, and the invitation to do it again was immediately offered. But this time something hit her. Something brought her back to reality and woke her out of this dreamlike state. Something else was now telling her to run! Run away now! As she looked up the stairs she had been about to climb, the invitation was still being offered. But she suddenly realized what she had been doing and that something or someone had actually carried her down. Gazing up the stairway, she began to realize what it all meant and what would happen if she simply jumped on her own without being carried down, and became very frightened at the prospect of injury or worse. and how close she'd come to that at the hands of something she couldn't even see. Again the voice told her, "Run! Run away now!" She ran out of the stairwell, through the house, onto the front porch to meet Mom, who was just then coming home. It was safe to go back in now, but she never played the stairs game again. Pete didn't seem to believe any of this was going on. When something would happen, he would chalk it up to our imagination. In spite of that, he was getting sicker all the time. The headaches were more frequent, along with a cold now. I remember Pete having the sniffles, and I was teasing him about it one day. I wanted to go sleep outside in the yard in a tent we had bought, and I was pestering Pete to sleep out there with me. He didn't want to because he had a cold and didn't want to catch something worse. I razzed him a little bit about having a cold in the middle of the summer. He got a little huffy and told me it was a summer cold, telling me I was dumb because I'd never heard of a summer cold. What I didn't know then was that, as I have explained earlier, over a period of time, Pete had been visiting the doctor, trying to get rid of this summer cold and headache and whatever else went along with it. The doctor had no idea what was wrong and was only puzzled with what was going on. "Here, try this," or "Here, try that," was all he had to offer. Pete was downing a lot of different kind of pills, and nothing seemed to be doing any good. At the time, I never thought it was the house doing this to him. I just thought he was sick a lot and wasn't really aware of his many trips to the doctor. Maybe it was the fumes from the cars going by. But then, why wasn't I getting sick? The room at the top of the stairs had an attic entrance, just like the other two rooms upstairs did, but the access panel was smaller, not really big enough to fit through without a lot of trouble. There was nothing in there, and there was no floor to walk on. I opened it up one time to have a look inside, and the attic was structured just like the one in our room, except nothing had ever been done to allow routine access to it. Our attic had a floor, a light, a nice big opening, and that kind of stuff. But this one was just bare ceiling joists with plaster and lath nailed to them from below. You could have walked out there, I suppose, but you'd have to be very sure-footed and step squarely on top of the joists, or you could go through the ceiling. There were also bare wires in there. I don't think it met code even back when we were living there, but it wasn't a fire hazard or anything like that. The bare wires were originally not bare, but had a cloth covering on them that had rotted off over the years. I suppose that was anticipated, because the wires were a single strand kind of heavy gauge copper, the kind that is used for connecting ground rods today, but they were laid out across the joists kind of like railroad tracks, with a separation of about 6 or 8 inches between them. At each joist the wires were secured by a ceramic kind of post nailed into the joist itself. It looked like it was done this way to ensure that the two wires would never touch, even if the insulation had rotted off them. Well, over the years, the insulation had rotted off, but the power was still on and everything seemed to work fine. Even so, you didn't want to walk out there with those bare wires running through the place. You could easily electrocute yourself. Emily's attic was just like it, bare wires and all, but there was no reason to go in there either, so it wasn't dangerous at all unless you wanted to go in there and explore. It seems whoever built the place set up usable attic space in our room, but left the rest unusable with only access points in case some work needed to be done. Serena seemed to be least bothered in the house. Whatever was there mostly left her alone, or at least for her it was harmless most of the time. Flying on the stairs could have easily been a serious injury, but other than that, nothing much ever happened to harm her there. She did hear kittens meowing on the other side of the attic a lot, though. She only heard this coming out of the attics where the bare wires were, from behind the closet where she slept in her room at the top of the stairs. To a little girl, a kitten meowing is nearly irresistible. These kittens seem to be in a place where a kitten shouldn't be, a place where you'd think the mother cat may have misplaced them. When Serena heard these little kittens, she wanted to go back there and rescue them, but Mom wouldn't let her, telling her that if the mother cat brought them there, she wouldn't forget them. She also told her that if she went back there, the mother cat would abandon them and they would die. Serena never did go back there and look for the kittens because she was convinced that they would die if she did. But something was trying to draw her in there. I heard it a couple of times myself. Although I was still just a young kid, I fully understood electricity. And when I pulled the panel out of the back end of the closet, I saw the wires and I heard the kittens way down at the other end in the darkness somewhere. But looking at the wires, the darkness, and the joists I would have to carefully balance on, I decided the kittens were on their own. Chapter 8. We start looking for a way out. Mom had a childhood friend who was a successful real estate agent, and after we'd been in the house for a while and realized what was going on, they spent time looking at houses. Mom was looking hard for something else for us to get into. She actually did have enough money to buy another house, but the thing that prevented her from doing it was she didn't know how she would support us all if she spent that money. Even so, it looked like she was going to have to do just that if the right place was found. I think she was going to buy a place and then turn around and try to sell this one to recover what money she could for us all to live on. We went with her sometimes if we weren't in school. I always thought it was a lot of fun. It was like spying to me. It was like seeing how the inside of someone else's house looked, how they lived and what kind of furniture they had. I know that doesn't sound like much right now, but when you're just 9 or 10 years old, you have a different perspective of what's interesting and what's amusing. We looked at a lot of houses. There were some homes that we looked at that I thought would be really good to live in, but there was always some reason why we couldn't buy them. They were too expensive or in a bad neighborhood, or Mom just didn't like it. Many times we would look at houses for the afternoon, and then we'd all go home. The kid in the car. One day, Pete had gone to the grocery store just after we'd gotten home. Mom got to fixing dinner. She's going to fix something quick so it would be ready about the time Pete got back from the store. She was just about finished with it when she saw Pete driving down the driveway into the backyard past the kitchen window. There was a little boy riding with him in the back seat. Mom took a hard look as Pete drove past the window to see who it was. At first, she thought it was me, then realized just as quickly that I was still in the living room. He was just sitting back there, and as the car got real close to the window, he looked up at Mom and smiled as he rode past. She didn't recognize him. She figured it must have been one of the neighbor kids who was at the store and had conned Pete into giving him a ride home. That seemed unusual for Pete. He didn't do things like that, unless he knew the kid. Pete came in the house after walking in from the garage with a sack in his arms full of some goodies he'd bought. "Who's that little kid?" Mom asked as he walked past to hide his stuff up in our room. "What little kid?" he replied, still walking but turning to acknowledge her question. "That little kid in the car with you," she said. Pete stopped and turned around, then said in a very confused voice, "What?" Pete looked quite confused, so Mom said, "I just watched you drive past the window here, and there was a little kid in the back seat." "No, Mom, there wasn't any kid in the back seat." Mom took this in, and then thought it over for a brief moment and said, "Oh, never mind, I guess I was just seeing things. The way the sun was shining causes a lot of glare on this window." "Well, I guess so," said Pete as he turned to continue going up to his room to put the stuff away. We never figured that one out. Talking to my mother later on about it, she said it only happened the one time. The presence in the house was always there, but sometimes you were more aware of it than others. One day I was feeling a bit spunky, so I thought I would go upstairs and make my bed. I guess it must have been on a Saturday. For a short time, Pete and I had bunk beds, and they were right against the wall. I had the upper bunk, and because my bed was right against the wall, in order to get my bed made up, I had to get right up on it and maneuver around. I was doing this, and on one pass, I kicked the wall as I spun around to get to the other side of the blanket. As I reached for that part of the blanket I had spun around to get, the wall knocked back. This was rather disturbing, but my first reaction was to pretend it did not happen. This was the same wall behind which I had found the wooden box full of clothes and the Ouija board and all that. One part of me had heard this noise, loud and clear, but the other part was not going to show it. I just kept busy and moved around making the bed. I felt something was now watching me closely, but I was not going to give it any indication that I had heard this. It just seemed important for some reason not to allow it to know that I had just heard something. At some point, I had to spin around again to get hold of another part of the bed, but this time as I turned on the bed, I kicked the wall on purpose, trying to make it look like it was just part of the normal effort of making the bed. It knocked back again, quite definitely this time, with about the same intensity that I had kicked it with. There was no denying it now. I heard something. Whether it was something on the other side of that wall having some fun with me, or whether it was just something that had simply fallen off the wall in there, it was a noise, and there was no pretending I hadn't heard it any longer. I had definitely heard it very clearly. Usually when there was a noise somewhere in the house, it was easy to dismiss it as nothing. It seems that's the way with these sort of things. You think you hear something, and then you listen, and perhaps you say something, but there's no response and no more noise. So you simply dismiss it as nothing. But was it really nothing? Usually you're left wondering with no confirmation either way, so you never really know. Maybe that's the intent. Who knows? But what if you are given the opportunity to go beyond that? What if the stage is set so that your next action could remove that ever-present uncertainty? Would that amount to a personal challenge having been laid before you? If so, what does it mean to accept the challenge and find out? Would it be like opening a door that you can't close? It was now my choice to find out which it was, or to simply walk away. If there really was something playing with me on the other side of that wall, it seemed to be saying, "Are you going to chalk this up to imagination or coincidence? Or pretend it didn't happen and walk away? Or have you got the nerve to find out?" The easy way out was to just ignore it and put it out of my mind. There is some comfort in denial. To try and prove or disprove there was something intelligent on the other side of that wall had very frightening implications. I would be taking a step into their world, a step that I didn't know the consequences of. I decided to raise my fist and knock out that old familiar shave and a haircut pattern on the wall, but without the two bits part. I left that open for a response, if there was to be one. I sat and listened right after I finished knocking it out on the wall, and was not disappointed. There was an immediate answer. Knock, knock. The two bits response I had solicited came through in perfect cadence from the other side of the wall. This made me draw a deep, slow breath and made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. This was a direct response from something intelligent answering me. It was real, and I knew it was focused on me right now. Nothing like this had ever happened before. I decided I was finished and immediately went downstairs where Mom was to go find something else to do. From that moment on, I knew there was something in the house. I didn't just think there was something in there any longer. What was even worse than that was I also knew that whatever it was in the house, it was aware that I knew it was there too. I had just risen to a new level of apprehension. The cats. When we lived on the farm, we had a lot of cats. None of them were house cats. They all lived outside. but they were tame. A cat will never be tamed so that you can pick it up, pet it, and listen to it purr, unless it has been handled when it was a kitten. Once they got past a certain age, and I'm not sure exactly when that is, but once they get past it, if they're not accustomed to people handling them, you can never tame them after that. They will always be wild. They'll stay around if you feed them, but they will never let you get close enough to pick them up or simply touch them. They will always remain wary of you. The cats we had on the farm were all tame. If there was a litter of kittens, we would always find them and pick them up and pet them. After all, we were kids, and the kittens were irresistible to kids. By the time they were half grown, they were always very tame, and would love to rub up against you, hoping you'd pick them up and give them a tummy rub or something. They were never allowed in the house, though, and they never did want to go in for some reason. One time a cat did get in the house somehow and immediately started climbing the curtains and virtually going wild until it found the door and ran out. Then it was okay again. We had 27 of them one spring during a time of plenty when we had lots of extra milk and other food to get rid of. When times weren't so good, the numbers would drop off after a while. The mother cats would stop having litters, and the old ones would die off. Nature would take its course, and the numbers would adjust accordingly. I suppose it must have been my dad who did not like cats in the house, because when we moved, my mother allowed us to have cats in the house. Not in the numbers on the farm, though. It was just 1 or 2, and never more than 3. We got them by going down to the local animal shelter where there would be a cute little kitten or 2 we would pick out and take home with us. It was kind of fun having a couple of little kittens around. They would play and drink milk from a saucer. My mother knew how to train them to be housebroken pretty quickly. So after just a few accidents in the house, they were trained to go outside and go find a suitable place to do their business. And they did. After we'd lived in that house for a little over 3 years, we'd had several different cats. It seemed that they would all stop being cute around the time they would reach post-adolescence. That would be about the time when they were obviously not little kittens anymore, but they were not yet full-grown cats. At that stage, they would still like to play with a ball of yarn or something you might drag along the floor on the end of a string. But they would get increasingly wild, too. Once they got to this age, it would seem that when they would go into this play mode and attack the ball of string or whatever, they simply would not stop. Once you started playing with them, they wouldn't stop indulging themselves in whatever it was you were doing to amuse them. You could not end it either by taking the ball of string away. The cat would still be wild as if it was trying to stalk its prey, and you were simply interfering. If you tried to take the plaything away, pick the cat up and pet it or otherwise try to calm it down, you would be scratched or bitten. The only way to stop it was to throw the cat outside and close the door. After a while, they would be begging to come back in, and all would be okay for a while. They would like to be picked up, petted, and handled, but very soon, if something caught their eye, they would go chase it, and off they would go again, and turn wild to the point where they'd have to be thrown out again. Sometimes it didn't take something catching their eye. Sometimes they would just be on your lap, purring, enjoying being pet. Then suddenly, they would try to bite your hand and start all over again. The older they got, the worse it got, until without exception, we'd have to take them back to the animal shelter because they got so wild it was getting out of hand. Having been around them so much on a farm, this observed change of behavior could not be blamed on us simply getting tired of a cat because it was not a cute little kitten anymore. We were used to cats and knew how they matured as time went on, and we had many cats on the farm that were old, and we liked them just as well. It wasn't something going on with just us either. I'm quite sure of that, because when we finally did move out of that house, we still had cats in the house, and we never had that problem again. We always had 2 or 3 cats, usually brought up from kittens, and none of them ever behaved like that once we were out of that house. None of them ever got unmanageably wild like they all eventually did over in that house. Chapter 9. The Sounds of the Night. Not long after I started noticing the night sounds, I guess it was about a year and a half after we'd moved in, nighttime had truly become unpleasant. At least it was for me. The night sounds had gotten quite a bit worse since they'd started. The house did not seem to rest. There were sounds. There was anxiety and there was fear. The sounds came from a part of the house that was not content to be still. Exactly where that part of the house was impossible to say. There was not a spot or a location where you could say, "Oh, there it is. The sound is coming from over there." It was more like it was just coming from within. Sometimes you could sense a general direction, but you could never get close enough to pinpoint the source. The anxiety came from hearing the night sounds and not knowing who or what was causing them, or why they were doing it. The fear came from not knowing what was going to happen next. A long time ago, I heard that anyone's fear really came about because of the uncertainty of not knowing what was going to happen. If you knew with certainty what was going to happen, in any situation, exactly what was going to happen, exactly when and how, there really wouldn't be any fear. I think this is the reason we become frightened of things like ghosts or the things they do. We don't understand what they are, and we don't understand what they are capable of doing, and we certainly don't understand what is going to happen to us when we think they are around us. I believe the reason we fear the unknown is because it is a primordial defense mechanism. On the other hand, you don't really have to understand what something is to put your fears at rest. Rather, you need to understand what it does or what it can do. Once you understand this latter aspect of something you fear, your fear will either go away or it will change to respect. Respecting rather than fearing something that is truly dangerous comes from knowing what needs to be done to deal with it safely. That's the problem with ghosts. You never really know what you're dealing with. You never really understand what they can do, or what they will do, and why, so you never can develop that respect that would replace fear. Capabilities, limitations, and motivations of something like a ghost can only be imagined most of the time, and hence, there's the source of our fear. Even though most of the sounds and such in the house were getting to be somewhat predictable, which reduced the fear level quite a bit, there was always that feeling of dread when something new happened, something different, something that could not be explained, something that could not be understood, but something different from the last several times. Something different to remind me that this was not the house settling, nor was it the noise the furnace makes. It was something intelligent, doing something different than it had done before. Why was it different now? What did it mean? There were no answers, just questions and fear. About this time there was a fad going around concerning Duncan tops. Now, Duncan was a yo-yo company that was having a good run on its yo-yos and had decided to cash in on spinning tops as well. These were the kind that were the shape of a turnip, only a bit smaller, with a hard metal point on the pointy end where you would begin winding a string around it. Once the string was neatly wound around the top, the end of the string was attached to one of your fingers. Then, while holding the top upside down in the palm of your hand, you would give it a toss toward the floor, unwinding the string as it went. The top would rapidly spin up as it traveled toward the floor, and just before it hit the floor, the string would jerk it right side up, and then it would spin on the floor at quite a high rate of speed for quite a while. It took a little bit of skill and practice to learn how to throw the top just right. And if you got good at it, you could play games of skill with it, like trying to make it hit a spot on a target on the ground, and all sorts of other feats of skill. The Duncan tops were quite popular, and there were all kinds of them the kids had to have. There were wooden ones, plastic ones, even some with secret compartments. Most kids had to have at least a limited collection of them to be cool enough at school. It was kind of mesmerizing to play with them, too. Duncan had a winner on their hands for at least a couple of years. I got one of these tops, a basic wooden one, but after much begging I soon got a better one with a secret compartment, extra tips, and everything. I got quite good at using it too, practicing during lunch hour and recess at school. I would play with it outside at home after school too. This was one of my favorite toys for quite a while, and I usually kept it in my upstairs drawers in my bedroom. I used it a lot. One time I threw it a bit too hard and the tip got chipped on one side. It still worked okay, but from then on it made a distinctive buzzing sound when it was on the floor spinning. It was almost completely silent when brand new. The buzzing didn't bother me. As a matter of fact, I thought it sounded kind of cool, so I left the worn point on rather than replacing it with a new one. I remember practicing with it one night before going to bed. Pete was doing his homework, and I was up there winding up the top and throwing it again and again in the middle of the floor in our bedroom. And I was doing pretty good, too. Wind, throw, then buzz for a few minutes. Then pick it up and do it all over again. I know it must have been driving Pete crazy, but he didn't say anything. He just kept on doing his homework until he finished, then we went to bed. I awoke in the middle of the night like I did many nights, waking up for some reason, but not knowing why. I lay there trying to figure out what had awakened me. Then I heard it. The noise of the top being thrown, landing on the floor, and then spinning for several minutes with that characteristic buzz. I looked in the direction of the noise and couldn't see anything. I knew for certain that I had placed the top in the top dresser drawer before I went to bed. But here was that noise. It seemed to spin a lot longer than I could ever do, but it would eventually stop, fall over. Then the next thing I would hear was the string unwinding as it went down toward the floor and made the contact noise, then buzz for a long time. This went on for several minutes. Then I fell asleep again. Was this ghostly entity trying his hand at throwing the top? It was dark in the room, so I really couldn't see anything. Not that I looked that hard. Something was making that noise, but there was no shadow moving or anything that I could see. In the morning, when I woke up, I looked in the top dresser drawer, and there was my top, laying exactly as I had left it the night before. I know I heard the noise, but the physical evidence said it never happened. The top had not been moved. So what was actually making the noise? Was it something real? Something mental? I don't know, but that's the way it happened. The noise of the spinning top returned in the middle of the night several more nights. Not every night, or at least I didn't wake up every night to hear it. But after a while, I suppose who or whatever was doing it got tired of it, and I didn't hear it anymore. By now, we'd gotten rid of the bunk beds, so Pete and I slept on opposite sides of the room. At night, I would try to drift off to sleep, usually after Pete and everyone else in the house was already asleep. I would try to breathe as softly and as shallow as I could. I did not want anyone or anything to hear me. That was when I figured they would come to find you. When they heard you cough or sneeze, or maybe just breathe too loudly. I thought they might come to find me just out of simple curiosity to see what this noise was that I was making. So I was as quiet as I could be. I lay there with my mouth partly open, so as not to make any unnecessary noise breathing through my nose. I would listen intensely to be sure nothing was there with me. I could hear the buzz of the silence in the darkness. It was like the fuzz on the surface of black velvet. In my mind, it was like the atmosphere was the thick velvet surface, and the texture of it was where the sounds traveled. I would listen to this sound, the sound that silence makes, this black velvet of the night, until I fell asleep. Several times as I lay there listening and keeping silent, I thought I heard something. I thought I heard something downstairs at the bottom of the stairwell, or in the room beyond. I'm not sure what it was, nor did I know what had caused the noise. The flushing of a toilet, the closing of a door, the snap of a light switch were all sounds that I could easily recognize, even from a distance. But these sounds were not that way. I couldn't understand what kind of sounds I heard, but I heard them. I was sure of that. They were hard to distinguish from the black velvet of the night, but they were there. After a while, I began to become accustomed to these night noises. It was still frightening, but much less so than the first time it happened, when it was new. But that would always change, because the sounds would start doing something different, and something new all over again. I was trying to get to sleep one night when something new happened, something different. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew I had to be quiet now, because I sensed something was on the move in the house. I thought it was looking for something or someone, and I hoped it was not looking for me. I was quiet, so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. I feared that it was beating too loudly, but the more I was concerned about it, the louder it seemed to get. At some point, the sound of my heartbeat became louder than the noise on the surface of the black velvet. But I reasoned that I was right here, as close as one could get to the noise of a beating heart, so perhaps it wasn't as loud as I thought. That would make it sound louder to me, wouldn't it? Something far away, like in the next room or down the stairs, they couldn't hear it. They couldn't hear the beating of my heart. But if it was traveling on the black velvet of the night, maybe they could. Sound traveled in different ways on the black velvet of the night. I was afraid that might be true. Then I heard a door open downstairs. It was very quiet, but I heard it clearly. There was no need for this sound to travel on the black velvet of the night. It was plain, and it was made by a real object. The door moved open, hinges slightly creaking. The loudest noise was the hiss made by the piece of carpet Mom had put there as it swept across by the motion of the moving door bottom. I could hear the door moving slowly in the darkness downstairs at the bottom of the stairwell. After a while, the door was fully opened. Then it stopped moving, and I didn't hear anything more for a long time. No hiss, no black velvet noises, nothing at all. I tried to take my mind off of it by thinking of something else, something that would quiet the beating of my heart. I knew that it was too loud. I knew that I would be heard. I hoped it was not too late yet. If only my heart would be quieter. Whatever it was might not hear me, and it might not come this way. I thought about school, about the teacher, and what she said to me that day. I began to think of that while still being very quiet, not forgetting what was going on downstairs. I began to dream a little bit about school. Visions of the classroom soon filled my head. Some of my friends came to life and were there with me at the pencil sharpener in the corner of the classroom by the window. They were telling me I didn't read the thermometer outside the window correctly when it was my turn. I was telling them that they were the ones who didn't know how to read it. I was just being more accurate, and they didn't know how to be accurate. They started to argue with me, but I knew they were wrong. Thump! Something made a loud noise downstairs and chased them all away. I was back in my dark bedroom, in my bed, and my heart was beating too loud. I had heard a real noise, a noise that did not travel even close to the black velvet at all. It traveled up the stairs and came right to me. I thought if I ignored it, it might go away. It might not hear me. It might go somewhere else. Thump! Again, a real noise. This was not something I could ignore. It was real. It was not something hidden in the black velvet. It was something inside the stairwell at the bottom of the stairs. Thump! Thump! I heard it again. I listened while not breathing at all. Then in a moment, I heard it again. Thump! Thump! It seemed to have a rhythm to it, sounding like work-booted feet coming up the stairs slowly, deliberately, one step at a time. My heart was definitely too loud now. I could even feel it surging in my chest with every beat. I knew if whatever was coming up the stairs got much closer, it would hear me. I was not sure what to do. I could be quiet and wait. I could do that. Yes, I could do that. I could just be quiet and wait. It might not come in here. It might not hear me. It might not be looking for me. Thump, thump. I could now visualize what might be making the noise. It was a man. Not a real man, but a night man. A very big man coming up the stairs, wearing heavy boots. Thump, thump. I heard it again. Then a few moments later, again. My heart was too loud. I was not breathing very loud, though. That might be quiet enough. Maybe it was listening for breathing. When you sleep, your breathing is loud. Most people even snore. Maybe it won't hear me if I keep breathing very quietly. If I could stop breathing, I would, but I couldn't do that. That would just make me have to catch my breath later on, making much more noise. I would just breathe, but do it as silently as I could. I heard the thumping of the footsteps continue for several minutes, and then it occurred to me that there had been enough footsteps now that it should be at the top of the stairs, right outside our bedroom door. But it still sounded far away, like it was still at the bottom of the stairs. Why was it climbing the stairs, but not getting to the top? I didn't know. I wondered when it would get to the top. Maybe it would not get to the top at all. As I was enduring this prolonged terror, visions of the classroom began to return. My teacher was scolding me for spinning my ruler on the top of my pencil, entertaining those around me. This time I had managed to escape into a dream and fell asleep. Another night had passed in the house. I woke up and got ready for school, never discussing what happened the previous night. I'm not sure why. It just didn't seem to be the thing to do. Monsters at breakfast. At breakfast, my little sister Serena was telling us all off. Pete was short-tempered that morning, not seeming to be paying any attention at all. I could tell he wasn't feeling very well. Serena kept going on about how we couldn't scare her, so we should stop trying. Now, Serena was only about 5 or 6 years old and wasn't really told too much about this ghost business. She went on to say those masks didn't bother her a bit. And that's about the time we all started paying attention to what she was saying, instead of ignoring her like you would any 5-year-old while you were trying to eat breakfast and get ready to go to school. She seemed to be proud of herself for not being afraid, sure that it was just us trying to scare her. She told us she saw a group of people surrounding her bed, tall people wearing animal heads. There was a wolf, a goat, a sheep, and some others. They just stood around her bed as if watching her. They said nothing and did nothing. The hair on the back of my neck began to stand up listening to this, but I didn't want to let on. It would scare her too much. I think we all felt the same way, because we all said something individually to her during breakfast about how we wouldn't try to scare her anymore because she was too big for that. Because of the story Serena told us, my mother took some action. She had Serena move in with Emily in her room, and she moved up to the room at the top of the stairs. She had a purpose for doing this, beyond just getting Serena out of the room all by herself. She was getting more apprehensive about what was going on in the house, and felt like she could protect her children better if she could watch the stairway like a sentinel at night. At the time, none of us realized that was the reason she took that room for herself. We thought she just didn't think it was a good idea for Serena to be in that room all by herself at night. That was probably reason enough, though. Later on, after we'd all grown up, she told us that's why she did it, so that she could be there at the top of the stairs to meet anything coming up. I've thought about that at times. Why was it that while she slept in that room at the bottom of the stairs, she was not able to head them off from down there? It must have been they let her sleep and they went past her. Or perhaps the starting point was at the bottom of the stairway, where they never even had to go past her to get to us at the top of the stairs. Perhaps the stairway itself was the starting point of all this activity. Some people might call it a portal. Whatever it was, it seemed that everything that bothered us at night started from the bottom of the stairwell somewhere. When we all went off to school and Mom stayed there at home, I often wondered what was going on at home while all of us were away at school. Later on, when I was older and far away from this place, she did tell me that all day long there were things in the house making noises and bothering her, trying to frighten her, and worse. At the time, Mom never talked about it, so I could only imagine. She was determined to beat this thing, whatever it was, up to a point. She wasn't going to try to force it out of the house by herself or anything as foolish as that, but she was going to try to keep it at bay as long as we were forced to live there. I'm sure during the day she heard her share of noises, but she was the kind of person to go over to whatever it was or wherever the noise seemed to be coming from and invite it out for a fight. During the day, the fight never happened. At least I don't remember her telling us about anything as serious as that ever happening during the day. Sometimes it did, at night though. She would always win because she knew what she was dealing with, and she had no fear of anything I ever knew of except sudden, loud noises. She got that from the war. She was in Holland and went through the Nazi occupation and the subsequent bombardment, as she called it. She experienced death and destruction firsthand all around her. Buildings collapsing, being shot at, people starving, human treachery, bodies in the street. The human misery and tumultuous activity left an imprint on her. She was tough, but even so, still frightened of loud, sudden noises, and only that. Chapter 10. The Rental House. A year or two before we moved away from Murray, when my father was still alive, he had purchased a small home at a tax estate sale for a pretty good price. I think he was intending to rent it out, and then later on perhaps we would move into that place when the highway forced us to leave the farm. My mother told me this story later on when I was grown up, and it gives a little bit of insight on how she was able to manage being in our house all alone while we were at school during the day. When he purchased the house and got all the legal paperwork finished, there was some maintenance that had to be done, so he went up there one day on his day off and got busy doing it. My mother went with him and took Serena, who was about 3 years old at the time. When they got there, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and my mother suggested that she should walk down to the corner grocery store, a couple of blocks away, and buy some bread and lunch meat. Then she could make some sandwiches and such for lunch in a little while. Well, Daddy thought that was a great idea, so Mom took Serena by the hand, and off she went to the store. My dad went into the house with his tools and stuff and started working on the ailing furnace downstairs in the basement. She was gone about a half an hour, maybe a bit less. But when she came back, she told me that my dad was sitting on the front porch, outside, and the moment he saw them walking back from the store, he walked to the truck, motioned them to get in, and said, "Let's go." Mom quizzed him about getting the furnace done so fast. She was expecting an all-day event, several hours at least anyway. From his answer, it seemed that he wasn't finished. On the way home, he wouldn't talk about it, but something had happened. He wouldn't talk about it then, but later on, once they got home, he was feeling better about it, I suppose, so he opened up and told her what had happened. It seems he went inside, walked through the kitchen and out onto the lean-to style back porch that was popular in those days, and went down the stairs into the basement to start working on the furnace. When my dad bought the house, the information on it was that the people who owned it were old and they had died. They had no children to leave it to, and no one came forward to claim anything, so the house was fully furnished, as if the former owners had simply stepped out for a moment. My mother had never really seen the inside, but she was in on the decision to buy it. What the inside looked like didn't concern her much at this point, because my dad knew about that kind of stuff, repairs that might be needed, etc. And if he said it was okay, there was no reason to doubt him. So my dad gets down there, opens up his toolbox, and starts to work on the furnace. He'd been there before with the real estate agent, looked it over pretty carefully, so he already had a good idea what he needed to fix. He was working on it for 10 or 15 minutes, then heard someone walking around and moving chairs upstairs in the kitchen just above him. It sounded like Mom was back, probably setting up chairs in the kitchen, getting ready to make lunch. So he got up off the ground where he'd been working, thinking she'd gotten back rather quickly, and headed up for some lunch. When he turned the corner while walking up the basement stairs, he had a good view into the kitchen and saw that no one was there. The kitchen chairs were all neatly tucked under the table, like they were when he walked past them earlier on his way down to the basement. He stopped short and looked at the side of the empty kitchen, wondering if he'd been imagining things. He was a logical man, so not seeing anyone to account for the noise, he figured he'd imagined it or heard something else and mistaken it for noise he thought he'd heard coming out of the kitchen. He went back down the stairs and continued working on the furnace. A few minutes later, it happened again. He called out and there was no answer. He was beginning to wonder just what was happening, paying close attention this time to what it sounded like and exactly where it was coming from. The noises definitely sounded like kitchen chairs moving around on the floor just above him in the kitchen, with footsteps like someone was walking around, moving the chairs into different positions, here then there. He got up again to walk up the stairs and had a look, but when he was in view of the kitchen, it had stopped. He saw nothing and heard nothing. The chairs were right where they were supposed to be, tucked in under the kitchen table. There is a saying that the third time is the charm, and that was the case this time. My dad went back down to the basement to finish working and was feeling a little bit uneasy by now, as you might imagine. He got to work, and shortly the noises started up again. This time he just quietly got up without saying anything and crept over to the stairs and quietly walked up. When he stealthily turned the corner, in view was the kitchen again. But this time he saw a chair move across the floor, and no one was there. He watched for a moment. I'm not sure what he felt, but he quietly went back down, got his toolbox packed up, and walked out the back door to the front yard, and that's where my mother found him about 10 minutes later. As he was telling the story to my mother later that day, it was clear that my dad had never experienced anything like this before. Mom wanted to go back and have a look to figure out what was going on. My dad didn't understand how she or anybody could possibly make any sense out of this. It was just ghosts, and that's all. This was the second marriage for my dad. His first wife had died about 10 or 12 years prior to this. My mother had emigrated over from Holland as well as the rest of her family just after the war, so there were a lot of things Daddy did not yet know about my mother or her family. My mother thought she could go over there with my grandmother, who was the real expert in matters like this, and they could make sense of all this. She explained to my dad how some in their family had a gift, and in generations past, they practiced what was commonly known as spiritualism. So there was some kind of knowledge in my mother's family that might possibly shed some light on this. Now, my dad had seen and heard two things that were new today, both of which were quite difficult to come to grips with. But since he had no better idea, and this business of my mom's family now really spiked his curiosity, he agreed, and the next day went over to the house with my mom and maternal grandmother, whom we called Oma. They walked into the house. Now remember, this is the first time my mom had been inside. And they figured it out rather quickly. Oma and Mom talked in Dutch as they walked around and looked at the furniture and other things in the house. Mom said that once inside, you could feel the thick atmosphere of some kind of presence in that house. They pointed out the furnishings, their style and arrangement, and told my dad that whoever lived there before were full-blown spiritualists, holding seances and doing stuff like that. Oma could tell by the way the place looked, the kind of furniture that was there, and how it was arranged. She could also tell that there was a strong presence in the house, not of this world. She told my dad that the reason the house is haunted is because of the people who lived there. They were doing things that are like an invitation to spirits to come in and stay. Oma told him that it was probably safe to fix the furnace, but the stuff he saw and heard was going to continue. It would be better not to come here alone and work, though. He should bring someone with him, ignore what was going on, and things should be okay. My dad did get the house fixed up, but there was no way he was ever going to consider living there now, so he rented it out. The renters were told about this little episode and what Oma had said. They took it well and said it would not bother them a bit, and apparently it didn't, because they lived there for several years. Before they moved in, the furniture was removed, and we put much of it in our own house. Mom and Oma thought it would be just fine and safe to do that. It was some pretty good furniture, a massive-looking wood dining table, chairs, a massive wood buffet, and other things. Nice stuff that all had a kind of gothic look to it. Well, anyway, this side story kind of tells you that my mother knew something about this world of the paranormal and was not completely unarmed when dealing with this stuff. That's how she was able to be home alone when we were in school every day in that house. She was able to keep us safe, at least at first. Chapter 11. Grandpa comes to visit. About this time, my paternal grandfather came to stay with us. He was in his 80s and had come to stay with us a few times before when we lived in Murray. I remember one time he came up from his home in Ephraim to have a cataract operation on both eyes. He stayed with us for a couple of months or so to convalesce. I remember how my mother took his eye bandages off for the first time while he sat backward, just like my dad did, on a chair in the kitchen. He was overjoyed at being able to see again. Of course, he had to wear Coke bottle glasses from then on. In those days, that was the best they could do. They got rid of the cataract all right, but they also, in effect, got rid of the lens behind your cornea. After that, he delighted in pointing out to Emily where all the little scraps of paper and dust balls on the floor were, so she could pick them up. Emily didn't like it at all. He was constantly spotting little bits of paper or pieces of dust and things like that, calling on Emily to come and pick them up and throw them out. She complained to Mom about it sometimes. Mom just told her that he was her grandfather and she should be glad to have him around, and that she should show proper respect for her grandfather and do what he asked. When he came to stay with us this time, Emily was not real excited about it. She was looking forward to seeing Grandpa all right, but she wasn't looking forward to picking up every little thing up off the floor while he was here. Mom liked the idea because there would be a man around the house, and she would not be all alone during the day anymore. He was an old man, and she thought it was good for us kids to have him around. She would have an adult to talk to as well. We all liked him too, so he was welcome. He was 82 years old now, and in pretty good shape, actually. I think part of the reason he came down was he was just getting too lonely, all alone at his own home down in Ephraim. Grandma died when I was just about a year old in 1953, so he'd been alone for about 8 years now. I think he was also getting too old to manage his house all by himself, in addition to being all alone there. Mom explained the problems we were having with the house after he'd gotten there and was all settled in. It didn't seem to bother him. He'd seen so many things in his lifetime, something new would be interesting at this point. He took the room at the bottom of the stairs that my mother had previously used, so that he could be close to the bathroom, I think. We set up a bed for him and a nightstand. There was already a couple of good closets in the room, so he was settled in rather quickly. He set up his radio on the nightstand where he could tune the stations easily from his bed. He liked to listen to the radio, sometimes before he went to sleep or even when he was taking a nap during the day. Things seemed to quiet down a bit after Grandpa moved in. It was funny. kind of like there was a truce or a slack period they used to study him or size him up. After about a month, things did begin to pick up again, though. Grandpa heard the noises of the house, just like we did. I think it fascinated him a lot more than it frightened him. I don't think it scared him much at all. I guess when you get that age, it takes a lot more to scare you than it does younger people. He told my mom about it too. I think he did that to reassure her that he didn't think she was crazy or imagining things. He wanted to let her know he heard the things in the house too. I always thought it was interesting how my dad never seemed to have any kind of experience with or any knowledge about ghosts and such until he bought the house and had to go over and fix the furnace. My grandfather, on the other hand, seemed to understand and accept it right away. He may never have had any personal experience either, but he seemed to understand that such things actually did exist and now fully accepted the fact that he was in the middle of it right now. I liked the idea of having Grandpa at the bottom of the stairs like he was, because to me it meant that if anything was going to try to come upstairs, it would have to get past Grandpa first. Although it didn't seem to help when Mom was down there. I guess it was one of those things that makes you feel better, but it really makes no sense. Right away, the noises in the house seemed to subside a bit. Actually, I did still hear them, but there was a definite reduction in the intensity. I was glad of that. The intensity did seem to be gradually picking up, though, as time went on. It starts in on Grandpa. Now, Grandpa had been with us for a few months by now, and was listening to his radio one night before going to sleep, as was his habit. It was a news and information kind of show, I think. He was about to turn it off when he heard a familiar voice. "Emil, Emil, when are you coming? I'm so lonely here all by myself." It was Grandma's voice coming out of the radio. Grandpa wasn't sure what to make of this. He did have his wits about him enough to know that this was not really what it seemed to be, but it sure sounded convincing. "Emil, all you have to do is take those pills, and we'll be together again." Grandpa looked over at the little nightstand that had about 6 bottles of different pills he took regularly for a variety of things that went along with getting old. Then he got up, sat on the edge of the bed, reached over to the radio, and turned it off. Then he walked over, turned the light out, got into bed, and went to sleep. That was his answer to the deadly invitation. In the morning, he told my mother about it. She was quite concerned, but Grandpa told her not to worry about it. He said it was quite convincing, but he wasn't born yesterday. I was in school a couple of days later when it happened again. Grandpa didn't take up the invitation that time either. It happened 3 or 4 more times, as I remember my mother telling me about it later on. Grandpa didn't pay much attention to it, but it was getting annoying by now. Then Grandpa was sitting in his room one day, kind of getting tired of this and expecting it to happen again, when he heard someone walking down the stairway from upstairs. He knew my mother was out in the kitchen 2 rooms the other way. He also knew that all of us kids were in school. So who or what was this? What was coming down from upstairs? He heard a noise like a dress ruffling and a hand sliding along the banister. Then the door at the bottom of the stairwell slowly swung open, and a woman walked out into the room with Grandpa. Grandpa looked hard at this and was shocked at what he saw. It was Grandma again. This time she was here in person to deliver the message. It was the same as before. She was lonely and was waiting for him and wanted him to come to her. She showed him the pills again and beckoned him to take them. She beckoned him to take too many of any of them. "Please, I'm so lonely. I need you. Please come to me. We'll be together again and we'll be happy." My grandfather was a very wise old man. He knew what was in front of him, and he knew it really wasn't his dead wife. His religious convictions wouldn't allow him to believe that it actually could be her trying to get him to kill himself. He looked at the pills, then looked at her. He thought for a short moment, then leaned forward as if in deep thought, stroking his chin as if he had a beard. Then, with the coolness that would make a poker player jealous, he said to the apparition, "Serena, I'd like to, but I've got it pretty good here. Anna cooks for me, and the kids like me. I don't have to do any work. And she treats me better than you ever did. I don't know if I want to come and be with you just now. I'm like a king around here. You were never this good to me. You're just going to have to wait." Grandpa waited to see what kind of a reaction this would bring forth. He was a bit disappointed, expecting some sort of colorful event or a ranting thing to happen. Perhaps this would anger the ghost and goad it into throwing some sort of tantrum. Grandpa would have enjoyed that, just for the amusement factor. He had nerve. He was mocking the apparition right to its face, and was then disappointed that it did nothing but disappear. He told my mother about it later. She was concerned that whatever it was that had been after him so intently for the last little while might be even more determined to get him now that he'd made a mockery of it. It seemed to her that it wanted Grandpa out of the way awfully bad, and now it was probably angry. Pete was beginning to get slightly anemic now. The doctor was still puzzled. There was nothing wrong that he could diagnose, but Pete was continually getting sicker as time went on. He was still on his feet, going to school and all, but feeling ill all the time. It made it hard for him to get his homework done. It wasn't long until Grandpa started feeling a little ill too, more so than just what could be attributed to being old. Something else was wrong. He stopped hearing the voices from the radio now, and didn't see any further visions of Grandma, but he was getting sick. This went on for a couple of months, until one evening at the dinner table, Grandpa was shaking sugar from his teaspoon into his coffee, then suddenly lost control. The hand holding the teaspoon shook a bit too hard, and he spilled the sugar all around the side of his cup. He had a strained look on his face, as if he was lifting a heavy load. He looked up at Mom when it passed, and said something about not to worry. She said something to him about it getting worse, and he made a motion with his hand that meant, "Don't do this in front of the kids." She understood and got up to help him put sugar in his coffee the way he liked it. We finished dinner that evening, but it was uneasy. We could all see that something was wrong with Grandpa. He was concentrating hard on looking normal for our benefit, but it was still obvious to all of us. We all allowed Grandpa to be the honored master of the house while he stayed with us. We knew something dreadfully serious was wrong right now, but if Grandpa wanted to finish that last meal with us as a family before he attended to it, then that is what we would do, and that's what we did. After dinner, Mom told us to all go in and watch TV in the living room, all except Pete. He could drive. They got Grandpa down to the hospital, where he lasted a couple of days, and then he died. They said it was pneumonia. At the time, this really bothered me. My father had died about a year earlier. That was very devastating for me. Now my grandfather was dead. Although I was not as close to him as I was to my father, it still hurt. He had lived with us for about 6 months. Before that, he'd come to stay with us on and off at different times. Well, people die, don't they? After a while, we got on with our lives. The house seemed like it calmed down quite a bit. There weren't a lot of noises to be heard, and there wasn't the intense feeling anymore. They were still there, but it was as if some sort of hiatus had been declared. It was back like it was when we first moved in. We were being watched, but not bothered so much at the moment. Mom got back into the habit of looking for houses much more intently than before. She had been in the habit of going out occasionally, but with Grandpa there, it made it kind of difficult to just go out any old time, I guess. With him gone now, and the worry about the house renewed, Mom was out about once a week at least, looking for a house. I never connected my grandfather's death with the house at the time. But in later years, as I reflected back on it, thinking about that and other things that went on there, I am sure now that the house had something to do with his death. Sure, he was old, but he was not in bad shape. The way the house got a little easier right after he died was a little strange too, almost as if an appetite had momentarily been satisfied. Chapter 12. Uncle Joe. About the time we moved into this house, my Uncle Joe and his wife Jackie had bought a house in the Taylorsville area, just southwest of Salt Lake. It was a new home in a new subdivision, and it was their first home. Uncle Joe was the youngest in my mother's family, and at this time he was married and had 2 little girls, one of them about 3 and the other about a year old. He was a pretty cool guy. We saw him a lot when he came over to visit. I think he was trying to stay in touch with my mother because she was now a widow. He was trying to do what he could to help out, to offer encouragement, a little help, and that sort of thing where he could. He drove this beige-colored '49 Ford that was old even then, but he was really good at keeping it running and looking good. My mother's family would get together quite often to visit and talk. I remember after Grandpa died, going over to Uncle Joe's house several times for these little family visits. And there we would find some of the other uncles and aunts, and sometimes even Opa, my grandfather, would be there. They would all sit down in the front room and talk, always in Dutch, so I had no idea what they were talking about, but usually it was some religious discussion or something like that. It wasn't long before I'd get bored, but it was still better than being home without Mom there. It was an outing, so I always went along. My uncle anticipated I might get bored pretty quickly, so when I did, he had a diversion plan for me. He had a card table set up in the basement with a Viewmaster and hundreds of reels of pictures in a shoebox. "Hey, Eddie, why don't you go downstairs and look at the Viewmaster?" he would say after seeing me yawn or some other obvious body language display showing how bored I was. The stairs were right behind the couch where we were sitting, situated so that if you were standing on the top landing looking down the stairwell, the outside door to the carport would be on your right. The kitchen would be behind you, and the front room, where we were all sitting, would be to your left. I walked down the stairs and saw the card table clear over at the other end of the unfinished basement. It was well lit with only a furnace, water heater, and laundry set up. Other than that, the place was pretty well empty, with some rough framing up in place along with the main support wall running lengthwise down the middle of the room. This was a classic unfinished basement. I sat down at the card table and started sorting through the generous selection of Viewmaster reels. There were a lot of them, some cartoon stories, a lot of foreign photography, underwater stuff, really interesting pictures. I was always amazed at how clear and just plain neat things looked in the Viewmaster 3D viewer. I loaded a couple different reels and leaned back to look at them via the light bulb on the ceiling. This was a lot better than being upstairs listening to that boring conversation, none of which I could understand anyway. I was intently engaged in looking at the really cool three-dimensional pictures when I became aware of a growing, uneasy feeling. It was a feeling of being watched, very much like I always felt in our own house. I thought it was kind of odd, but the feeling was really there. No mistaking that. In spite of that, I shrugged it off as my imagination and just kept looking through the viewer at the neat pictures. I was intently engaged once again, gazing through the Viewmaster, when once again I was interrupted by that feeling, but now it was intensifying. I put the viewer down and looked intently around the unfinished basement and found there was nothing unusual to be seen. The large cement-walled room was well lit with no hidden corners. I could see every bit of the entire basement. Nothing was hidden from view, and there was nothing to see that was out of the ordinary. The washer, the dryer, the furnace, the clothesline strung across the ceiling, it was all visible and it all looked fine. I thought to myself this had to be all in my mind, my imagination, because I could see everything and there was nothing to be seen. The lights were on, nothing was hidden. I had to be imagining things. I got back to viewing the Viewmaster slides, but it didn't last long, as the feeling intensified even more. I can only describe it as a crowd gathering around me. I couldn't see anything or hear anything, but from the corner I was sitting in, behind the card table, it felt like there were people gathering in a semicircle, maybe 5 feet away out in front of me. There was still nothing to see, but I just could not shake this feeling of a crowd gathering. And something else was really coming through as well. They all hated me intensely. I could feel the crowd and the hatred intensify. Looking around, still not seeing or hearing anything, I made one more attempt to put this all on my imagination. I put the viewer up to my eyes and looked up at the light bulb on the ceiling and gazed at a few more pictures. This time it didn't last for more than about a half minute. The crowd was gathering, and the hatred was intense. They seemed to be pressing closer. I could no longer stay there. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up. I had goosebumps on my arms. My heart was racing, and I was beginning to feel cold. I got up and left. I walked across the room on the cement floor to the stairs at the opposite end of the basement and went upstairs to rejoin the Dutch-speaking crowd. I grabbed a cookie from the dish on the coffee table and sat down on a chair by my mom. She said something to me, wondering why I was back already. I just told her that I'd looked at them all. I stayed there until we left about an hour later. I went over there to visit a couple more times like that. The uncles and aunts talked in the living room, and I was once again invited to look at the Viewmaster collection downstairs. Both times I did go down again, thinking last time was all in my mind or something like that. But it didn't last. On the second visit, the crowd gathered rather quickly and hated me just as much. Again, nothing to see or hear, but the intense feeling soon drove me out. The third time, same thing happened, only much quicker. I mentioned to my mother what was happening on those visits the last time it occurred, and she acted like she was not surprised, but told me that I shouldn't worry about it too much, because it could not hurt me unless I cooperated. I remember she told Emily the same thing a while before, but I still asked her to explain what she meant by that, and she told me that just like there are evil people in the world, there are evil spirits as well. They really do hate you, and sometimes they do try to hurt you, but they can't hurt you unless you somehow allow them to. She told me that most of the time they try and work on your mind, telling you to do things that might result in injury or worse. They also try to make you feel like everything is hopeless and plant suicidal thoughts in your head. Sometimes they just get a kick out of scaring you. Well, that sounded good to me back then, but as I got older and looked back, I thought about Pete. What was he doing to cooperate, and why was he getting sicker all the time? My grandfather, what was he doing to cooperate? You could easily make an argument that what was happening to Pete and what happened to Grandpa were simply the result of natural illness, just coincidental, and had nothing to do with ghosts. But I really don't think so. I really do believe there are at least some ghost entities that can hurt you if they really want to. They can do it, and it may have nothing to do with cooperating unless you extend the definition of cooperating to include putting yourself, or even just finding yourself, in the wrong situation. My Uncle Joe offered a babysitting job to Emily one day. He asked her to babysit his 2 little girls over at his house. Emily was excited to do it because she had a chance to earn some of her own money. Being about 13 or 14 years old didn't leave you with very many options for making money. This was the same house where I had the problems in the basement while trying to look at a bunch of Viewmaster slides. Looking back, it was kind of amazing that she went over there and was left all by herself with some little kids to watch, while whatever it was in the house doing those things that Mom knew about. I suppose she thought it wouldn't hurt her, so she might as well let it happen. I remember Emily went over there a few times, perhaps 2, maybe 3 times, and that was all. After the last time, she wouldn't go over there by herself anymore. The last time Emily babysat over there, my Uncle Joe came over to our house to pick her up as usual. His house was clear across town, maybe 10 miles or so. About an hour or so after she had gotten there, Mom got a phone call from her. It was maybe 9:30 or 10 p.m. Emily was in a panic over something going on in the basement. The phone she was calling from was upstairs in the kitchen and had a long cord, so she could walk over and look down the stairwell by the carport entrance door if she wanted to. But apparently she wasn't going to go anywhere near the stairwell because of whatever it was that was going on down there in the basement. I remember hearing my mother talking to her on the phone, trying to calm her down. Emily was hearing some kind of noise coming from the basement, as if someone was down there walking around moving things, or otherwise bumping stuff. It wasn't long until Emily was telling her that something was down in the stairwell and was coming up the stairs. She could hear the footsteps. Emily was as close to panic as she could be, and Mom was having trouble getting her to calm down. Quite understandable under the circumstances. She told her that it couldn't hurt her, and it was probably having a good time trying to scare her. Well, that didn't do much good either. She was starting to cry and sob uncontrollably on the phone, and then Mom told her to go look at it. Go look at it! I can't do that. It's coming up the stairs, and I don't want to say it. It's coming. It's coming. Help me, Mama. Emily, I can't come over there. I'm 10 miles away. But you can go over and stand right at the top of the stairs and look at it and say, what do you want? No, it's coming up right now, she cried while trying to be quiet now as if that mattered. Emily, you take the phone. It'll reach that far. And you keep talking to me, but you get up and you go over there and look at it right now, Mom demanded. Emily quietly protested, but Mom told her that was the only way. She had to do it. She had to confront it, or it might actually come up, all the way up. But if it was confronted, it would just go away. Emily, you get up, you go over there right now and look at it, she ordered in her most commanding voice. So Emily got up off the floor where she'd been cowering behind the kitchen cabinets and slowly walked over, all the time whispering to Mom that she could still hear the footsteps coming up and she was scared to death. Get over there and look at it, she ordered again. Emily kept moving and got closer to the stairwell, and finally, with one last order from Mom, stepped onto the landing at the top of the stairs and looked down. The light was on, so she could clearly see all the way down the stairs and saw nothing. Nothing at all. And the sound of the footsteps abruptly stopped as well. Mom, there's nothing there. And the footsteps stopped, Emily said, barely believing it might be over. See, I told you. Now I can't come and get you, but if it happens again, you just go over there again and look at it and stand there like you are not afraid, and it will go away. I'm sure Uncle Joe will be back soon. You'll be fine. If you get scared, you call me again, okay? Okay, Mama, she said in a bit calmer voice. I don't think it happened again, but Emily would not go over there and babysit any more. A few weeks later, my Aunt Jackie committed suicide in the basement by strangling herself on the clothesline. As I write this, as far as I know, the house is still standing. After the funeral, the shoe was kind of on the other foot now. My uncle, Mom's brother, had been coming over now and then, trying to be some help to my mom, but now he needed help. He had 2 little kids in an empty house. He needed to go to work, so Mom told him he could bring his kids over and he could move in for a while until he figured out what he was going to do. He just moved a few things over, some clothes, stuff like that. We had a piano in the front room off to the side of the front door, and I soon found out that my Uncle Joe could play it. I had another uncle who could play piano and organ like a professional, and he made sure everyone knew it, playing at every family gathering, doing stuff like that. I must admit, even though he seemed to be bragging when he did things like "Hey, watch me play the piano over here." He was really talented and truly did have something worthy of bragging about. But up to that point in time, I never even knew my Uncle Joe could play at all. He wasn't there much, just when he got off work or something like that. But one day he sat himself down at the piano and began to play the Tiger Rag. And he was really going to town. It sounded like an old honky-tonk piano player was in town giving a concert. I heard this and came round the corner to see him sitting at the piano playing up a storm. I was amazed. I'd been taking piano lessons myself and wanted to try to be good at it someday, but this was beyond good. It was even better than my other uncle, who always bragged himself up. I ran to get one of my music books with some stuff in it that was too hard for me to play, and opened it up to one of my favorites and interrupted him, shoving it under his nose. "Uncle Joe, can you play this one?" I asked excitedly. Sure, Eddie. How does it go?" he asked. I pointed to the page and said, "Well, it's this one right here." "Well, yeah, but how does it go? Whistle it or hum some of it." I was confused by this and pointed to the page again, telling him the music was all right there on the page. He explained to me that he could not read music, not a bit. So if he wanted me to play it, I would need to hum some of it so he knew how it goes. Then he could play it. I had never heard of such a thing. How could you play the piano and not be able to read music? Even more amazing, how could you play like that and not be able to read music? I think I hummed a few bars and he recognized the tune and started to play it. He did it quite well, too. I remember walking away while he was in the middle of playing my request, being totally amazed and confused at this whole quandary. He stayed with us for a few more months, and I don't remember him playing the piano on any more occasions. Maybe he did sometimes while I was at school. Sometimes the piano played itself, though. It was not a player piano, so you could not blame it on that. Mom told me that one time she and my uncle were going out the door, headed to the grocery store or somewhere. As they were talking, and Mom was gathering up her purse by the door, with the piano just in the next room, visible to both of them, it played about 4 notes. Nothing recognizable, almost like a cat walking across a few keys. But there was no cat. They could see the piano while it was playing. Mom said she and my uncle just looked at each other, did not acknowledge they had heard it, but just walked out the door. They were not afraid nor in disbelief. It was just that they were not going to give whatever or whoever did that the satisfaction of a reaction. I found out later that my uncle was quite the ghost fighter. He knew our house was haunted, and he also knew that his house was, but he wasn't going to let them win. He was not the least bit afraid of any of this, even though, to him, it was all as real as we had come to believe. Uncle Joe soon remarried, and he went back to his old house with his new wife to live. I remember hearing stories about some of the things that happened in that house later on. It seems there were various entities in that house that showed themselves many times to my uncle and his new wife. My dead aunt, his first wife, was there too. She was seen many times. I do not understand why he went back there to live, knowing what was in that place. But he stayed in that house several more years and raised 3 more children. Years later, I was helping him move one time, driving a U-Haul truck up to Idaho, about 200 miles distance, when I was grown and married. During that drive, we had a long talk about those days, and he told me he stayed there because he was determined not to let them drive him out. He confirmed the stories I had heard, and actually told me some others to confirm that it was actually worse than I had thought. He told me how he figured out that he had the upper hand anyway. His logic actually made sense, I suppose, but it was confusing in the big picture aspect of things. He said we have power over them because we have a physical body and they don't. He used to lie in ambush for them at night. Sometimes they would come into their bedroom late at night. He would watch until whatever it was got close to him. Then he would jump out of bed and attack it, usually by jumping on it. He said usually it would disappear, but he never would see that particular one again. Sometimes my aunt would see it, and he didn't. She would tell him where it was moving in the room, and when it was positioned right, he would do the same thing. From what he told me, it looks very likely that my aunt killed herself because of the entities in the house. They either convinced her to kill herself, or they actually performed the deed. My Uncle Joe has passed on now, but they never did succeed in driving him out of that house. He eventually did move after many years, but only because he bought a better house. Chapter 13. The activity ramps up. When my uncle got remarried and moved out of our house, almost right away it started up again with increased intensity. One night while I was in bed, I remember quite well that I just couldn't get to sleep. I wasn't hearing footsteps or anything like that. There was nothing going on that was keeping me awake, at least that I know of. I was just wide awake for some reason. I heard Pete tossing and turning from across the room in his bed, which wasn't unusual at all. I remember looking around the room thinking it must be a full moon out, because I could see the shadows of the trees and leaves rustling in the breeze, brushing across the walls of our room as the moonlight streamed into the bedroom window. Then suddenly, Pete sat up in his bed, facing the doorway. I couldn't see him very clearly, but I could tell from the sounds he was making and his shadowy figure over there on the other side of the bedroom that something had caught his attention and had made him suddenly sit up and just stay there in that position for a while. I began to wonder if he was still asleep and doing something that was kind of like sleepwalking. He didn't say anything. He just sat there, bolt upright in his bed, apparently listening for what seemed to be a long moment. I thought about piping up and asking him what he was doing, but I didn't. I'm sure he thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. I just listened and tried to figure out what was going on. After a while, I could hear him slowly pushing the covers off and slide his legs to the floor so he could stand up. In that position, still sitting on the edge of the bed, he sat still and listened for a while longer. I didn't get alarmed or frightened or anything like that. I didn't hear anything other than him moving around. I was just curious what he was doing. I thought he could hear something that I wasn't hearing, or maybe he was just sort of sleepwalking. But I began to doubt that. It wasn't very much longer until he got up on his feet and in the near darkness started slowly walking toward the door. At this point, I ruled out sleepwalking because I'd heard him say things in his sleep or move around in his bed before, but I'd never known him to actually get up and really walk in his sleep. He moved toward the door very quietly. It was obvious that he was trying very hard to be quiet as he slowly crept across the floor. I heard him carefully open the door and slowly move out into the hallway. I didn't hear anything after that for a few seconds, but then I heard him feeling along the wall inside the top of the steep stairwell. He was, of course, feeling for the light switch. And then suddenly, something happened that I never fully understood until years later when he told me the whole story. Pete told me that he had heard a noise out in the hallway. It was a funny sort of noise that he couldn't really identify, but it kind of sounded like a bunch of people talking in low, muffled tones just on the other side of the door. He didn't go for all this haunted house stuff, always finding a way to explain it all away. So when he heard this noise at first, he had to be sure he was really hearing something, and not just dreaming about hearing something. Or was he hearing something that actually could be explained? That was why he sat on the edge of the bed so long. He was waking up and being sure that he was really awake. After he was sure that he was fully awake, he decided the noise was real, and he would go out and try to see where it was coming from. It wasn't a scary noise, it was just a noise of people talking in the hallway that didn't belong out there in the hallway in the middle of the night. He crept over to the door and slowly pushed it open until he was out in the dark hallway. He could still hear the noise. It seemed to be right out in front of him, perhaps 5 or 10 feet away. It was difficult to tell exactly how far away it was or exactly where it was coming from. Then the noise seemed to move a bit further away. Pete moved out into the hallway a little bit, further searching for the noise, which always seemed to be just out in front of him, just beyond his reach. He kept following it until he was standing at the top of the steep stairwell, looking down the stairs in the darkness. Now the noise seemed to be coming from the bottom of the stairwell, as if there were 4 or 5 people standing on the bottom landing, quietly discussing something. But he couldn't make out what anyone was saying. Pete decided he was going to turn on the light so he could see what was going on down there at the bottom of the stairwell. The switch was on the inside stairwell wall at the top where Pete was standing. All he had to do was reach up with his left hand, feel around a bit, then turn it on once he found it. He moved his arm over to the switch and started to feel around for it. Just as he located the bottom of the switch plate with his fingertips, just at that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulders from behind. Someone with big, strong hands, and pushed him forcefully down the stairs. Pete tumbled and rolled all the way down to the bottom of the stairway and came to rest on the landing just under the coat rack against the wall. I heard the noise from my bed, and I didn't immediately know what had happened. My mother heard the noise from her room at the top of the stairs and soon came out and was in the hallway, the light from her room flooding out as she reached to turn the hall light on that Pete had failed to. "What in the world?" I heard her say. She saw Pete at the bottom of the stairs, slowly getting to his feet. "Pete, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm okay," came a rather sheepish-sounding reply. "What happened? What are you doing walking around in the dark in the middle of the night? You could have broken your neck." "I had to go to the bathroom, and I slipped and fell. That's all." Pete now sounded rather annoyed that Mom was so concerned. He was bruised from the fall, but otherwise okay. He rubbed his arm a bit. Apparently he hit it pretty hard. Mom saw him wince a bit as he rubbed it while getting to his feet. "You better turn on the light right away and hold on to the handrail. Were you half asleep? Pete, you have to be careful." "Oh, I'm all right. Don't make such a big deal out of it." "You sure you're okay?" Mom said as she started to come down the stairs. "Oh, Mom, for crying out loud, go back to bed. I'm okay. I'm not a baby. I have to go to the bathroom. I just slipped and fell, okay?" With that, Pete walked out onto the main floor of the house, crossed through the bedroom, and used the bathroom. I don't think he ever told Mom what really happened. He never told me until I was grown up, and Mom had long since passed away. But later on, we were talking about it, and the realization that whatever it was in that house was not just noises. It could do things to you as well. Pete told me that it was possible that he could have broken his neck if he'd fallen just a little differently. Maybe that was the intent. Serena had a pair of shoes. They were just everyday shoes that she began having a real problem keeping track of. It seems that she would put these shoes by her bed at night in preparation for the next morning when she had to get ready to go to school. But then in the morning they would be gone. She'd go around the house looking for them, asking us all if we'd taken them and hidden them somewhere. Of course we never did. What would we be doing playing around and hiding her shoes? After a while, she would eventually find them, usually in places she could never have placed them by herself, like up on a high shelf of a closet she couldn't possibly reach, or maybe out on the back porch roof, as if they'd been thrown out of our bedroom window. I think she thought I must have done that. She would usually find them, but then they'd turn up missing again the next morning, and after hunting around, she would find them in some other weird place. This went on for several days, maybe even a week or two, but Serena came up with a plan to make them even harder to get when she was asleep. I think she knew after a while that it was not one of us playing around with her shoes, but something going on with the house after she was asleep. She had to do something, because there were a couple of times she couldn't find them in time to go to school in the morning, and I wonder if that was the object of the whole thing. My mother was under a lot of stress, as you might imagine, and Serena, being only 5 years old, was the most difficult to get ready for school in the morning. Getting her a bath and eating, getting dressed, was all a lot of work for my mom. If after all this she couldn't find her shoes, well, that caused problems. Mom would think Serena was careless or simply could not remember where she put them on purpose. Mom would scold her while frantically looking for her shoes, and it would be a bad morning. Serena would be crying, saying she didn't lose them, that she put them carefully away the night before, and now they weren't there. Mom wouldn't believe her, and so on. After a few days of this panic and pandemonium every morning, Serena came up with a plan to keep her shoes from wandering off during the night. She decided that if she put her shoes under her pillow at night, they would be safe and it would be impossible to get them without waking her up. So, when she went to bed that night, she put her shoes under her pillow. That night she was awakened by the apparition of an old woman leaning over her bed. This woman was obviously very angry. She stood there in the dark with an angry face, clenching her fists, all the while communicating in an angry voice, telling Serena to "Give me those shoes!" The old woman did not actually speak verbally, but Serena could understand her message quite clearly as the order was repeated over and over again with increasing intensity. It was very frightening, so Serena did the only thing she could think of to make it stop, and that was to reach under her pillow, grab the shoes, and throw them on the floor. When she did this, the apparition leaned down as if to grab her, but instead passed right through her and down through the bed and was gone. The voice stopped and left her in peace. So Serena soon went to sleep. In the morning, to her surprise, the shoes were still there, on the floor, and they were never taken again. Chapter 14. The Night Man Comes. When I went to bed at night, as I mentioned before, the house seemed to be a lot more active than it was during the daytime. It seemed there was much more to be afraid of at night than there was during the day. Maybe that's because there are so many normal noises and activities to compete with during the day, making you unaware of many things that you otherwise might notice when all is quiet and all is dark. In the silence, in the dark, you don't really see many things that make you afraid. You hear them. I suppose the darkness makes it more frightening because you hear something, and in the darkness, you can't see to verify what it was. So your mind tries to suggest what it might have been, putting forth all sorts of terrible images, depending on your state of your imagination. I heard one time that the way your mind works when you see or hear something is that the information is immediately compared to known things you have experienced. When a match is found, a mental identification is made, and any information not received initially is filled in by your mind to complete the image you saw or the sound you heard. That's why you can hear a few notes of a song and immediately have the whole song in your head, or glimpse a person's profile and immediately know who it is and everything about what they look like. When you see or hear something that can't be matched, that's when either curiosity or fear sets in. Lying in my bed at night, hearing noises that I couldn't explain, sometimes aroused curiosity, but mostly it aroused fear. I had gotten used to the footsteps I would hear many nights as whomever or whatever it was climbed the stairs endlessly, night after night, never getting to the top. This was now a familiar experience in my mind, so when it started, I no longer panicked. I was still frightened, but my experience now told me that this was a noise that would just go on for a while, then it would end by me eventually falling asleep. But when any familiar sight or sound does something that you don't expect, you take notice, because this is not what you have come to understand this particular experience actually is, whether you're talking about a person's behavior or the way your car runs. When you are talking about the expected behavior of something you really don't understand in the first place, any change is most likely to elicit fear, such as when the night man climbed the stairs as usual, but then does something different. I was awake, and it was late. I had already been asleep for some time, an hour or two, perhaps more. I remember simply waking up for no apparent reason. Then as I lay there, I heard the footsteps down in the stairwell like I had heard so many times before. It was starting again. The house was on the move in the dark. Maybe that's what woke me up, the sound of the footsteps. I wasn't sure, but I was sure I heard them, like I had heard them so many times before. I tried not to breathe loudly. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I was taking short, shallow breaths with my mouth wide open so as to make as little noise as possible. I noticed the room was quite dark. I could not see anything, not even a shadow on the wall from the trees in the moonlight outside. I raised my hand and put it in front of my face, and I couldn't see that either. It was dark, really dark. I was not aware of any noises except the footsteps. Thump, thump, coming up the stairs. The noise of the footsteps actually drowned out anything on the black velvet. This was real, and it was loud. I lay there thinking about how dark it was, and also thinking how this would soon pass. I would fall asleep, and it would be morning again. The footfalls continued for a long time, long enough to have reached the top of the stairs, just like all the other times. But the noise still continued, on and on. This was just like the other times. But then something different happened. The noise stopped. I had never heard it actually stop before. I usually fell asleep hearing it. This was not the behavior I had come to expect from this visitor, whoever or whatever it was, so I was immediately frightened to a new level, wondering what it meant. My bed was at the end of the room opposite the door. During the day, I could see the door by simply lifting my head a little. But tonight, I could not make out the door at all. It was so dark. As I lay there, quite frightened, wondering what would happen next, I heard the door handle click and rattle a little bit, as if someone was gently taking hold of it, themselves trying not to make any more noise than necessary. I think this was probably the most terrifying moment I had ever experienced up to that point in my life. But it was only the beginning of the terror I was to experience that night, as I heard another sound I was quite familiar with. The bottom of the door was rubbing against the carpet, making the same noise it always did when it was opened. There was no wind, but the door never moved in the wind by itself anyway, because the bottom of the door was cut so close to the carpet that friction prevented it from moving unless you deliberately pushed it. Now, someone or something was opening it. The door was moving very slowly, but steadily from the noise I could hear. I lifted my head a little and looked over at the door, and I couldn't see a thing, but I could hear that it was still moving. From the sound, estimating the speed the door seemed to be moving, I figured that it must be just about fully open now, and just about then, I could tell the door had stopped moving because the carpet rubbing noise stopped. Now I waited, terrified at what might come through that doorway. I still couldn't see my hand in front of my face, but a shape did advance from the doorway into the room. It was a man, a big man. I could see him as a silhouette. He stood out plainly in the darkness. He was clearly much darker than the darkness in my room that prevented me from seeing my own hand in front of my face. But I had no trouble seeing this man-like thing walking into the room. He walked slowly and barely got 2 or 3 steps into the room when something else came in right behind him. It popped up from behind him and right above his head as soon as he cleared the doorway. It was very energetic, bouncing all over the area behind the dark man, who was still slowly moving forward. It was shaped like a large, fine piece of cloth, maybe the size of a bedsheet. It was white, but apparently made of such fine material that I could barely see it, even though the contrast should have been strong. It was like very fine lace. It was bouncing excitedly all over the room, folding and reshaping itself about as fast as my eyes could follow it. I was terrified, but I sensed quickly the danger was the dark man and not the white shape. I could actually feel the white shape urging me to get out now. Bouncing around the room was its way of showing a sense of urgency and a way to be sure and get my attention. It was there to help me, but I was too terrified to do anything. I noticed that the white shape, as energetic as it was, bouncing all over the room, would never bounce in front of the dark man. It always stayed behind him, just out of what would be in a normal person's field of vision. But soon it was gone, and the dark man was alone, and he was still coming. It was far enough into the room now that I could tell it seemed to be coming directly toward me. Terror doesn't even begin to describe what was going on in my mind upon that realization. I thought I would close my eyes and pretend to be asleep, and then maybe it would just go away. Maybe I thought that because it was the only thing I could think of to do. So I did it. The man was about 10 feet away when I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. I didn't hear anything for a few moments. Then I just had to open my eyes to see what was going on. When I did, I saw him standing right alongside my bed, very close to me. I still could not see anything but a well-pronounced outline of a big man in the darkness, just standing there beside me as I lay in my bed. Then I saw him slowly and deliberately move his arms and position them so that his palms were together in front of him at about chest level. Then he slowly spread his palms apart, maybe 6 or 8 inches, and between them formed a dim amber light. It was not bright enough to illuminate anything around it, unless perhaps it might be something between his hands. But there was nothing there. I could see that quite plainly. I could also now see fingers and the hands that were more than just silhouettes. Then things went from bad to even worse. The dark man started to bend over and twist his body as if he was going to bend down and have a good look at me using the amber light between his palms. He began to bend down, but did it very slowly, just as he had walked into the room very slowly. That was the point where I truly panicked. I started to yell out to Pete, who was sleeping on the other side of the room. "Pete! Pete! Wake up, Pete!" The dark man continued bending down over me and was getting closer. Just then I heard Pete's voice from the other side of the room complaining that I had awakened him, and didn't I know it was in the middle of the night, and etc., etc. I just yelled back quite loudly, as I remember, "Turn on the light, Pete! Turn on the light!" Pete protested a bit, and I cut him off and yelled it again. The hands of the dark man were nearly at my face level when the lights in our room came on and chased him away. I remember Pete standing over by the door at the light switch in his underwear, talking to me in a rather annoyed voice. He asked me what was wrong, seeming to be more annoyed than concerned. I told him that I'd just seen a ghost. He just rolled his eyes, turned the light off, and went to bed. In the morning, I told my mother what had happened. I think she knew exactly what this was, but tried to put a positive spin on it for me by suggesting that it was probably my father coming to visit and see if I was doing all right. She reminded me how much he loved me and probably had just come to see me and thought I was asleep and surely didn't mean to scare me. I knew that wasn't true, but I really tried to make myself believe that it was. A few days before this, I remember sitting on the front porch with Mom on the old couch, watching traffic go by. She would sit out there sometimes in the evening to relax and think, I suppose. I was feeling very depressed, and she asked me what was wrong. I laid my head down on her lap and whimpered, "I want Daddy." She just stroked my hair and said, "So do I, Eddie. So do I." Some tears trickled down her face, but she didn't say anything else. She just looked straight ahead. I think it was about a month later when I was awake in our bedroom again, late in the evening. It was maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I heard Pete stirring in his bed across the room from me. It started out with him sounding like he was mumbling in his sleep, which he sometimes did. Not very often, but sometimes. I remember looking around the room on this night, and I could see the shadows on the wall from the moonlight through the trees outside. Pete said something that sounded like, "Mom? What's the matter?" He was sort of mumbling, so I dismissed it as talking in his sleep or something like that. Pretty soon he said something almost like it again. Something about Mom and what do you want, as if he saw her standing there somewhere in the room. He did this a couple more times, and I thought he must be having a nightmare, but then he began to speak very clearly, saying things like, "Is that you, Mom?" I didn't believe he was asleep anymore, because his speech was now quite clear and had a sense of urgency to it. He spoke a couple of more times, and I knew something was wrong, but I was not sure what. Then he suddenly said, and quite loudly, "Ed? Ed? Turn on the light, Eddie, turn on the lights." His tone was demanding, urgent, and definitely not asleep. I figured immediately he must be seeing the dark man that I had seen about a month before. That's what it must be. So I got up, scampered over to the door, turned the lights on, counted to 3, and turned them off again. He didn't say anything other than respond to me when I asked if he was okay. The next morning, I asked him what happened, suggesting the dark man had come to visit him. He told me that was exactly what happened. At first, he thought it might be Mom coming in for some reason, but it didn't take long for him to figure out that was not the case. He described to me the very same thing I'd seen, right down to the light between the palms of his hands. I asked him if it was dark, and he said it was, telling me that it was too dark to see in his own hands. But this thing stood out in the darkness. That was curious, and still seems curious to me to this day. I remember it being a rather bright moonlit night. I clearly saw the shadows from outside dancing on the walls. I know on that night, if I'd put my hands up in front of my face, I would see them. There was some light in the room, but for Pete, it was pitch blackness, just as it had been for me when I saw the dark man. I don't understand why it was that way, but it seems to show that some of this phenomenon can be personalized. I believe that one person can be experiencing one thing, and another can be standing right alongside that person, and yet perhaps experience nothing. It brings new meaning to the phrase, "It's all in your mind." That is not to say it is not real. Rather, it is to say a person can be singled out and experience something meant for them and them alone. In our world of reality, if you are in a defined and certain place, anything that happens that is detectable with our normal 5 senses will be detected by all who are standing in that spot. In this world of the haunting, perhaps that is not the way reality is, if reality is indeed a proper term to use. Perhaps there is an element of another sense that is operating that merely appears to us as normal sight or sound, but is actually something else that can be manipulated on a personal basis. People who hear voices or noises are deemed to be hallucinating if others around them do not witness the same thing. Perhaps there are times when one might hear or see something that others do not, but even so, it is not a hallucination. Why did it go away when the lights were turned on? Why did Pete see things differently than I did? It was dark for him, but not for me. I don't know the answer to these sort of questions, but I am not ready to write them off as mere imagination. Something did happen to us on both of those nights. Of that I am still certain. But did we actually see it with our eyes and hear it with our ears? Did we experience it with some other sense that is somehow indistinguishable from normal sight and sound? I don't know the answer to that, but perhaps someone reading this later on, when it is published, does know the answer. I would like to hear from you if you think you can explain this. Chapter 15. The Attacks on Mom. Mom never talked very much about what she was going through while we were living there. Instead, she told us that we were not going to get hurt if we listened to her and did what she told us to do. She gave us a confidence that we would get through this because she knew what to do and knew how to deal with it, and she knew how to keep us safe. I think that was generally true, but certainly not to the degree she led us to believe. It was a very dangerous place for her too, perhaps much more so than for us. At night, when the house began to move, it was just not me who heard the footsteps on the stairs or the strange noises the house made. Many times, Mom heard the footsteps on the stairs too. I would fall asleep hearing them, except for the one time the dark man came in to visit me. So I figured whatever it was simply amused itself by coming up the stairs, clomping its boots like it did. It must have enjoyed frightening us by doing that, and so I figured it never did much more than that. That's what I thought back then, but many times when I heard the night man but then fell asleep, it didn't just go away. It came up the stairs, either looking for Mom or it was trying to simply get past her. Mom's room was at the top of the stairs, and it was the first door you would see as you came up the stairwell. I think the house knew that Mom was a threat to the plans and activities of the night. It knew she had the knowledge and the strength to fend them off and to protect us. At night, when the monster would trudge up the stairway, if Mom heard it, she would go out in the hallway looking for it, to confront it, so that it could not get past her to us, her children. At the time, I never imagined Mom was literally standing guard at the top of the stairs, protecting her children from this monster of the night. She had come to understand that the entry point for them, or I suppose you could call it a portal, was at the bottom of the stairwell. Upon the first indication that one was on the move, she was up and in the hallway, forcing it back down. That was why it never made it to the top. She would not allow it to do that. Sometimes, if she stayed in bed because she didn't hear it and remained asleep, the footsteps would continue until something was standing just outside her door. Generally, its mere presence would wake her up when it got that close. Sometimes it would enter, pushing the door open. Other times, the monster would come in as a mist under the door. It would rise up on the inside of the door like smoke, then materialize inside her room and attack her when it reached full height. Mom fought off the attacks. Most of the time it would try to choke her. She knew how to get rid of it. She knew how to do this, but it wasn't always a sure thing. There were a few occasions when she almost lost the battle. Still, I think there were other times when it simply got past her and went into our room or Emily's room and did something to us without waking us up. I think that was why Pete was getting sick. It wasn't long after this, maybe a few months. I was trying to sleep, but was awakened by a strange noise. It wasn't the footsteps. It is difficult to describe what it sounded like, but it was kind of like someone was moving around, and it made me believe there was something entering our room. I simply pretended to be asleep, not stirring at all, not opening my eyes to see what was happening. I could hear and sense something moving, and it slowly got close to me as I was laying in bed. This time I was not terrified. I was just a bit afraid. I did not sense danger, but I still didn't want to look for fear of what I might see. It seemed to me there was someone standing by my bed in the same spot the night man had stood. I felt a touch on my cheek, as if someone's hand was simply caressing my face with its fingertips. I managed to hold still and not react, and it soon went away. I didn't sense it leaving through the door like I did when it came in. It just sort of went away, and after a few moments, I knew it was not there anymore. I soon went to sleep again, but woke up just before sunrise. It was dark in the room, but there was a hint of daylight from the impending dawn. I didn't know why I woke up so early. It was one of those times when you think you're in a deep sleep, then suddenly your eyes are open and you are wide awake. It usually happened when there was a reason to wake up, a sudden noise, burglars in the house, or something like that. This time I was awake, and I didn't know why. I raised my head and looked around the room, and I thought I saw something on the floor. It didn't move, so I wasn't sure if I was seeing a shadow or a pile of clothes or just what it was, but it was there. I lay there awake for a few minutes longer, all the while the sun was making its way to the horizon. A few minutes had passed, and there was a bit more light in the room now, so I thought I'd look down there again to see what it was there on the floor. This time there was just enough light to see what was there. I was very confused by what I saw. I wasn't frightened, though. There was nothing threatening about this. I could sense it. There was a perimeter of little things around my bed, on the floor, about 3 feet away from the bed, all around it. They were lined up in straight lines, forming part of a big rectangle. They were about 2 feet tall, standing close together all around. I couldn't make out very much about them except for their silhouettes. They looked like stick figures with big flower-like heads on top. I couldn't see hands or arms or legs. It was like they were standing guard around my bed. Maybe that's exactly what they were doing. I could look right at them, and they just stayed right there where they were, not moving, just like the palace guards in England. Most spooky things wouldn't stay like that and do nothing. This was strange, but for some reason I wasn't afraid. I could sense these things, whatever they were not there to hurt me. Maybe they were there to help me. At any rate, I soon fell back to sleep. I woke up later on in the morning with the sunlight streaming through the curtains, lighting up the room. Another night had passed. Emily was awakened during the night on several occasions by something crawling into bed with her and apparently sleeping beside her. She slept on her side away from this and was afraid to roll over and look at what had just gotten into bed with her, so she simply tried to ignore it and fall asleep. Now, Serena had her own bed on the other side of the room from Emily, but sometimes when she was frightened, Serena would come over and share the big double bed with Emily. But it wasn't Serena that Emily felt getting into the bed. Serena was 6 years old and very small, so Emily knew what that felt like. Sometimes when she was sleeping in the big bed with Emily, Serena was awakened by something actually pushing her out of the bed and onto the floor in the dark. It was a physical push on her back that slowly moved her until she fell out of bed and plop onto the floor she went. When this happened, Serena would get up, go over to her own bed, and go to sleep without ever looking back to see what had just pushed her out of bed. Chapter 16. We Find a Way Out. The attacks and incidences were definitely escalating, getting more dangerous as time went on. We had lived there for a little over 3 years now, and Mom was getting more urgent about finding another place to live. The house was becoming a truly dangerous place. She went out with a real estate friend looking at homes almost on a daily basis now, and eventually did find something that looked pretty good. It was on the opposite end of town, on the east side. We were a working class family, and to us at that time, moving to the east side of town was a step up, at least in status. The house was not a fancy one, but it was a nice one. It was an older home with pioneer heritage and had a large basement that ended up being Emily's private quarters when we moved in. Mom didn't like spiders at all, and the basement looked like it was full of them, the result of no one ever going down there, except when they had to. Mom had it fumigated and closed up for a week, killing all the spiders. Then she cleaned it out. Some in Mom's family who didn't understand what we were going through could not see why we needed to move and thought we were just being snobs or something. Mom actually did have some second thoughts about it for that reason alone, but in the end she closed the deal and moving day came. We could not afford to hire a moving company to help us, and we no longer had the truck we used when we moved from the farm. So Pete rented a small trailer, hooked it up to his old car's trailer hitch, and we started moving. It was 1964. Summer was over and school had already started. So we worked weekends and after school for a little over a week, and the last thing to go was all of our beds. One thing that I will always remember is how hard Pete worked to get us out of there. Pete was never eager to get involved in physical labor. Moving was just that. But it had to be done. And he was feeling sick all the time as well. But in spite of that, I never saw him work so hard and so enthusiastically for the week we took to move. He seemed to have blood on his knuckles most of the time from all the bumps and bruises he received moving furniture through doorways. The night we moved into the new house was our first night of peace in a very long time. This house was not alive with fearful things. There was nothing moving through the house at night looking for us. There were no strange noises during the night to keep me awake, wondering what I had just heard. I was not afraid of getting up and using the bathroom during the night for fear of what I might meet along the way. We finally had our own home and were no longer sharing it with something that hated us. Nothing followed us to the new house either. I was afraid of something like that, but it never happened. It all stayed right there and left us alone. Life was a lot better. I got transferred into the new school, and the old house was something we left behind. I felt the peace of not being watched and hated all the time. Pete immediately began to feel better, and in a short time all the sickness that had plagued him for the past couple of years completely left him and never returned. Emily no longer heard voices in her head telling her she was trash. Serena didn't hear kittens behind the walls, see strange creatures at night, and have her things turn up missing all the time. Mom, well, she wasn't attacked anymore and didn't have to stand guard for us in the darkness at the top of the stairs. It was good to be out of there. We were able to live like normal people again. Chapter 17. Problems Selling the House. Just before we moved, there was a neighbor who was renting a house across the street from us who asked Mom about buying our house when we moved out. That was good timing because Mom really needed to sell the house in order to afford to move anyway. The lady was a single mother, and Mom never told her anything about the house being haunted. She figured anyone would think she was nuts anyway, so she just kept it to herself. Well, we moved out, and she moved in, but it wasn't long before the house payments stopped coming. Mom called, but no one would ever answer the phone. Mom went down there to the house, but no one answered the door. The lawn was beginning to look a bit ragged by now, and peeking in the window, it looked like all the furniture was still there in place, as if someone had simply left to go to the store and would be back soon. She kept trying to contact her and even called some of the neighbors, but they didn't seem to know anything. Finally, Mom called a relative of the buyers that she remembered being mentioned. This relative told Mom that the lady she had sold the house to had moved to California and was surprised about the house situation being left unsettled like that. She got the lady's phone number in California from the relative And when Mom called her, she confirmed that it was indeed true. She was now living in California and had no intention of ever coming back. Mom reminded her about her financial obligation to pay for the house, but she didn't want to hear about it. She told Mom that she had made a good down payment, hadn't been living there long, and Mom could keep that, including anything she left behind in the house, which was an entire house full of furnishings. She wasn't coming back and wanted nothing to do with the house nor anything associated with it. She wouldn't tell Mom why she left town in the middle of the night like that and was so willing to hand everything over to Mom that way. I'm sure Mom knew why anyway. I don't think Mom really expected this. I think she kind of thought this haunting was directed at us and might go away when we left the house. It was now obvious that it hadn't. Mom got her lawyer to get everything legally straight, and true to her word, everything was just turned over to Mom, no questions asked, down payment, furniture, and all. Pete and I had to go over to water and cut the lawn for a while until Mom had it resold. This time it was furnished, and it was not hard to find a buyer. They moved in, but that didn't last long either. The same kind of thing happened after a few months, and Mom was once again left with a house to sell. Soon she found another buyer, a strange old guy that was some kind of book wholesaler. This time, before she closed the deal, she had a little talk with the buyer. She told him that he might think she was nuts, but she had to tell him that the house was haunted. She explained what had happened twice before, and asked him if he still wanted to buy it after hearing that. He told her that was okay with him and assured her that he didn't think she was nuts and said they wouldn't bother him in the least. He moved in all by himself and stayed there a couple of years. I remember going over there after he'd been living there a while to get some paperwork Mom needed from him. I think I was about 14 at the time. And I don't remember how I got over there. Maybe I took the bus. When I got there, I noticed the house was full of books, everywhere, about waist high, with pathways between them for walking. He took me out to the garage to find the paperwork, and it was the same out there. Books everywhere. As he bent down to get the papers out of a box in the garage, I noticed he seemed to have a runny nose, and it was the middle of summer. I asked him about it, and he told me that for the last little while he seemed to be getting a lot of colds. "Lately it seems every time something is going around, I catch it," he said as he wiped his nose on a handkerchief while pulling the paperwork we were looking for out of the box. About 3 months later, he was dead. Pneumonia. Well, that meant the house was once again back in our hands. Apparently this guy had no heirs, or at least no one that would come forward to take over his debts. Mom was going to sell it to the bank this time, but in order to get the best price, which wasn't going to be that good anyway, we had to go over to clean it out and spruce it up so that it would appraise well. I don't remember how we got rid of all the books, but that didn't seem to be much of a problem. I remember being in junior high about this time, I think 8th or 9th grade. So we had to go over in the evenings after school. Pete had graduated from school by this time and was in the Army, so I did the painting. Emily drove us over there and cleaned up with Mom. Emily and Mom went over there by themselves one time, and while Emily was in her old room, the door slammed on her and the doorknob fell out into the hallway. Emily panicked and started making all kinds of noise. It wasn't long before Mom heard it and was out in the hallway picking up the doorknob to open the door again. By that time, Emily was quite panicked on the other side, without a doorknob, seemingly trapped. Mom told her to calm down and not make such a fuss because that's all they wanted, to see her scream and panic. "They're all standing around just laughing and having a good time watching you scream," she said while opening the door. Emily went out in the hallway and would not go back in until the door was propped open so that it couldn't shut. Then she and Mom went over to our old room to check it out, to be certain everything was looking good. I had already cleaned it up and painted it, but while Mom was looking it over, Emily had this overwhelming feeling of evil emanating from behind the wall. The same wall behind which was the box full of stuff that Pete had burned years ago. It was so overwhelming that she had to tell my mother, and they decided to go into the attic and see what was there. Mom and Emily opened the attic panel in the closet, turned on the light, and went in. Nothing looked unusual. It was pretty much like we had left it. They shuffled on down to the other end where the old box was still sitting, and upon opening it, they found that it was no longer empty. All the seance clothing, the candlesticks, and other paraphernalia, including the Ouija board, was back in there. Did that old book guy do this? We never did figure that one out. Mom just said they should leave it alone and close up the closet. While we were sprucing the house up, nothing happened to me. I don't even remember being spooked at all. Of course, I never was there all by myself either. I would not do that, be there all by myself, even after all this time. We finally did get finished. A fresh coat of paint and some new carpet made a lot of difference. Mom was successful selling it to the bank and finally getting rid of it. I think she took a bit less than fair market value, but with the passage of time and the accompanying inflation, we still did okay. I never went back there after that. I think it must have been 1967 or so when I last set foot inside. About 10 years later, I was home from the Navy looking for some real estate to invest in. I was driving around with Mom's friend who was now getting up there a bit in years but still busy in the real estate market. We happened to drive past the house, and I looked over and saw a for sale sign on it. She saw me look at it and said with a knowing nod, "That place is always for sale. No one ever stays in it very long." Then she winked at me and said, "You know." I didn't say anything. I just smiled back and nodded. I did indeed know. Apparently the house had been purchased and repurchased a number of times, converted to a duplex, then back again, and so on. No one ever did buy it and just live there for more than a few months. It was finally torn down in the early 1980s. Emily found out that the LDS Church had bought it and wanted to convert the space to a parking lot for the Harold B. Lee Hall a couple of doors down. This was a church gymnasium used for local athletic events, and there was never very good parking there. Now there would be. She called us all up and told us that it was going to be torn down, and if we wanted to see it one last time, now was that time. I went over there, never went inside, but peered into the big bay window facing the driveway. Just looking into that window, I could still feel them inside that place. Whatever it was, whoever it was all still there, as strong as ever, and it knew who I was, and that was enough for me. I did not think it would be smart to go inside, so I didn't. My curiosity satisfied, just standing there in the driveway looking in the window, I went home. Emily and Serena went over there separately, and they did go inside. It seemed that the upstairs had been converted into a separate apartment with its own outside entrance. The stairwell had been walled off. While she was there, Serena heard a kitten meowing upstairs in her old room behind the closet, and started going toward the sound, but then just as quickly realized there was no kitten in there. She heard the kitten, but her husband, who had gone with her, heard nothing. Upon hearing the kitten, then realizing what was happening, she said to her husband, "Let's get out of here," and made a quick exit. Pete never did go over there. He didn't care about it. Mom, who was still alive at this time, didn't care to go over there either. Emily was the first to go see it. She told the rest of us that she went inside, and it was all still there. She could feel the evil in the air, and it still frightened her, so she didn't stay long. Sometimes at family gatherings, we still talk about it. The most notable thing to me is how terrorizing it was, and how we'd become accustomed to it while living there as long as we did. Upon going back just before it was torn down, I could not bring myself to go inside the house. Emily and Serena did go inside, but each quickly made their exit. Even after having been away from it so many years, none of us could even imagine staying the night in that house at that point in time. It would have been out of the question and unthinkable. But that's exactly what we did years before, night after night, for about 3 years. The scars. Living in that house left us all with a respect for things like hauntings and ghosts. All of us except Pete seem to have a sense about things like this. We can all walk into a house and sense whether there is something other than the living in residence there. A case in point. My mother remarried after a few years of being a widow when I was about 16 years old. His name was Alton Beebe, and he was a very good man, but he never really bought into any of this haunted house business. She would sometimes tell him about some of the things that went on there while us kids were growing up, but he thought it must have all been in our minds, or was just our imagination, or something like that. Well, he and my mother liked to drive around on weekends and explore open houses as if they might buy one, but it was more entertainment and fuel for decorating ideas than anything else. I was about 24 years old and living at home while finishing college. Serena was there as well, also going to college. One day, my mom and dad came home, all excited about a house they'd seen, saying that they might actually want to buy this one. Mom was the one who seemed most excited about it, saying that it was a real nice home, just the thing they'd been looking for, and all of that sort of stuff. They wanted Serena and me to go see it. When I protested, telling them that I really didn't have time, they both did their best to convince me they were serious this time, and this was not just another house they'd been looking at. They wanted a second opinion because this was an important decision. Serena and I were considered to be that second opinion. So, after a few minutes of overcoming the same kind of protest from Serena, we all got in the car and went over there. Now, it was not very far away, maybe about 10 miles or so, in a nice neighborhood. The house did indeed look quite nice when we pulled into the driveway. It was a kind of split level on a sloping lot with a walk-in basement in the backyard. Mom told us to go in and make up our own minds. She said they would stay in the car because they didn't want to influence us. They wanted an honest opinion without them guiding it along. Mom told us to go around the back and enter the back door in the basement. It was open and the house was empty. So that's what we did. Both Serena and I didn't really take this seriously. We didn't think our folks would actually buy this place. We thought they were probably genuinely excited about it at the moment, but that wouldn't last. There would be something to stop them once they thought it over for a few days. The thought of moving, the way they liked their own home so well after all. Something would kill off all this excitement in a day or two, and they'd go back to looking again. Well, Serena and I went inside and started walking through the house just to get this over with. That's the bathroom over there. Yep, that's a bathroom all right. There's a bedroom over there. Yep, that's a bedroom all right. Got closets and windows. We were still in the basement, which was nicely finished, and walked over to one of the remaining bedrooms before heading upstairs. As both Serena and I approached the doorway, something stopped us in our tracks. We both experienced a sudden emotional overload of fear, mixed with something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up and gave me goosebumps on both my arms. It was literally breathtaking. Serena and I stopped at the same time and took a deep breath while standing in the doorway to this bedroom. We didn't go inside. The light was off, but there was plenty of light entering the room through the windows and the open door to see inside. There was nothing in there to be seen, nothing at all. As we peeked in from just outside of the doorway, both Serena and I looked at each other with an understanding glance. I tried once again to enter, but was repelled by some force that overloaded my fear emotion. It was like entering a force field of terror. I tried to step in again, but it overwhelmed me. I stepped back, and it was gone. It was a feeling that I had not experienced since living in our haunted house when I was 10 years old. But this was much stronger than I remember from those days. There was something terrible in that room, and we couldn't go in. Without saying anything to each other, Serena and I stopped our tour, walked out, and got back in the car. As soon as we were seated, Mom turned to us in the back seat and eagerly asked, "Well, what did you think? You think we ought to buy this place?" I spoke up and told my mother there was something wrong with that house, while Serena nodded in agreement. There was something terrible in there. I told her that whatever it was in that particular basement bedroom that Serena and I could not go into. I further told her that I didn't know what it was, but it was strong and it was bad. Before I got a chance to tell her I would not recommend buying this place, she interrupted me by turning to my dad, wagging her finger in his face, saying, "See, I told you, I told you." My dad looked like he'd just been beaten at a game he thought he was master of. Serena and I were perplexed. What was going on? Then my mother turned to me and said they were looking at the house and the same thing happened to her. Dad was standing right there by that bedroom door with her, and he didn't feel a thing. As she and him were discussing it, Dad walked in the room and then walked out, saying it was all in her mind. So she challenged him by setting up this little masquerade, telling him that we would sense exactly the same thing in the same place. So Mom set this whole thing up just to prove a point to my dad, and it worked. Well, my dad finally admitted defeat and said, "Well, I'll be damned. All right, I believe you." And that was that. Well, that's the end of this story. I hope you liked it, and I hope it was entertaining. Or, if you were looking for something, I hope you found it.